A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for today is called The Evening and the Morning. They're all gone now, aren't they? That was the last car going out the gate, wasn't it? There's nobody there but the gravediggers. Can we walk over there for a minute? Please? It's getting dark, isn't it? Is that what's bothering you? There isn't anything here that'll hurt you. My grandfather always taught me not to be afraid of cemeteries. They're sad places, he always said. They're sad and they're lonesome. But there's nothing there to harm you. I'll only be a minute, really. I'm not going to break down or anything like that. There's something I have to do. No, I won't run away. You're not worried about that, are you? Well, after all, you've got a gun. You could shoot me if I tried to run away. I couldn't very well attack you suddenly, could I? Not with these handcuffs. Of course not. So let's walk over there for just a minute. Please?
Don't you think you're overdoing it a little bit, Dean?
Well, I'm sorry if you think so.
I do think so.
Please, may we walk over to the grave?
Listen here. You don't have to impress me, you know. I was good enough to bring you out here and take the responsibility for you.
And I'm very grateful to you for that, Mr. Thorpe.
You know, if some of her friends had seen you here, you'd have stood a good chance of getting lynched.
I know that.
I was sympathetic, and I listened to you, and it was against my better judgment that I brought you out here.
I'm more than grateful, Mr. Thorpe. If I could have come out here alone, I would have.
We haven't started letting confessed murderers run around loose yet, especially to attend the funerals of the people they've killed.
May we walk over to the grave, please?
Oh, come on.
Thank you.
You're not doing yourself any good this way, Dean.
I'm not trying to, Mr. Thorpe.
What do you want to see the grave for? How can you stand looking at it? Haven't you got any heart at all?
I killed her, didn't I?
They won't have any trouble hanging you for it.
I expect that.
Now, what do you want, then? Why do you...
This isn't easy, Mr. Thorpe. It was hard enough doing what I did. And coming out here... Well, it has to be done.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I loved Alice, Mr. Thorpe.
You did?
I did.
And you murdered her. Here, where are you going?
A flower, that's all. I want a flower from her grave.
Put that back.
No, I won't put it back, Mr. Thorpe.
I tell you...
No, please don't ask me to put it back. This is a very precious thing, this flower.
What are you talking about?
Why, this is why I murdered Alice, Mr. Thorpe. It's very good of you to walk back with me instead of riding. It's really a great favor, Mr. Thorpe, and I might as well tell you well, I would have insisted on walking if you hadn't agreed so readily. Insisted. You see, if you hadn't consented, I'd have just stayed there. And it would have been awkward for you because
I think I'm stronger than you, and I could have resisted you. I don't believe you would have used your gun. Even if you had threatened me, I wouldn't have moved. So I'm very grateful to you. Because it's important for me to walk back.
It's the last walk in the open air you're likely to have.
Yes. I suppose it is.
You're a strange character, Dean.
You're rather unusual yourself, sir. Walking peacefully down a dark road with a murderer all alone.
You may not have noticed, but I've got my hand in my coat pocket.
So you have.
And in my coat pocket is a gun.
Of course.
So let's not get any ideas because I've been stupid enough to humor you a little.
I have no intention of trying to escape.
Thank you.
Did you ever walk along the cemetery road before?
No.
I have. I know every inch of it.
Morbid.
No. First time was with Alice.
The woman you killed?
Yes. I walked back with her from her husband's funeral a year ago.
So now you're walking back from hers. Did you kill him, too?
No. Don't you remember? He was killed in a motor accident.
Oh, yes. Francis, that was his name.
Francis. Yes.
Were you, in love with Alice then?
I think I've always been in love with Alice.
I see.
But Alice loved Francis.
I begin to see a motive now.
Motive?
For murdering her. She was still in love with her husband. She wouldn't have you, so you killed her.
No.
What?
No, that wasn't my motive.
What was then?
I remember walking along this same road, Alice and I, a year ago. Just a year ago, day before yesterday. It was the same kind of evening, too. Cold and misty. Threatening snow like it is now. We'd stayed there at the cemetery after everybody else had gone. Alice and I. And now we were coming back home.
Francis would have liked the flowers, wouldn't he, Dean?
Yes.
So many, many flowers. Such beautiful ones. So bright and lovely. And the cold rain on them, and pretty soon the snow.
Alice.
Francis and the flowers. All alone. Dean, let's go back for a little while, can't we?
No, we mustn't do that, Alice, dear.
Just come to me, Dean. I'm alone. All this time I thought I couldn't help thinking that it's some ghastly joke. That Francis isn't really dead. It's a dream, maybe. Now, Dean, he is dead. And I'm alone.
Alice, dear, don't. We've got to face it, you.
Francis is dead. All I've got left is a flower from his grave.
Alice, you're not alone. Well, I know I'm not. But you're not alone while I'm... Alice, you're not alone.
Look, Dean. The little yellow flower. The little yellow moss rose that Francis always loved so much. He was born and he lived and he loved me and I loved him, and now there's nothing left but this.
Alice, will you listen to me? Alice, will you stop this? It's no good carrying home a flower from there. Why, it's just a little symbol that'll break your heart all over again every time you look at it.
But it was from his...
No, don't say it. Don't carry home any reminders from that place, dear. I know this is hard, but now is the time for you to make decisions now and not years from now when you should be forgetting. That little rose, it'll always remind you, it'll always hurt you. It'll do terrible things to you, Alice. Throw it away.
Throw away Francis' flower?
It isn't his flower, Alice.
But I need something to remind me.
You need anything to remind you of Francis, Alice? You have your memories of 5 years of being married to him. You have all the things he wrote, the music he loved. You have so many precious memories, dear. You're going to trade them all for a memory of a mound of flowers on a November day in the rain.
Why, I remember Francis when he came home from the war.
And the day you were married, I remember.
He was so tall.
I remember both of you.
And the time we went to Canada, and it snowed.
You remember Francis, not the flower.
And the springtime in the country with him. And the times he helped me wash the dishes.
Throw the flower away, Alice.
Here, Dean. You throw it away for me. I want to, but I'm afraid. Throw it away, Dean. And let me keep Francis in my heart.
There's an old elm tree beside the road, the biggest old elm tree you ever saw. We'll be walking past it in a few minutes. I'll show it to you, Mr. Thorpe.
You certainly talk as if you loved that woman, Dean.
I did love her. I do love her.
Well, why did you kill her then?
Because I loved her. And because she loved Francis.
I said that was it.
No. You're right in what you said, but you're forming the wrong conclusions, Mr. Thorpe.
How?
You think that I murdered her in a fit of anger because she refused to marry me.
Of course.
Well, that isn't true.
I don't understand you.
I'll explain it all to you.
It doesn't need much explaining to me.
I'll explain it.
Well, what happened? Did your idea about throwing away the flower work?
Yes, of course.
But you're carrying away a flower from her grave.
Yes.
Why?
Perhaps I want my memories of Alice to be that grave out there in the rain.
Adding to your own punishment.
Yes, that's part of it. I realize that I must pay a price for what I've done. I do that gladly. And I mean that. I mean, I'm really glad to pay it. But I hope you will believe me. I want to punish myself even more. But I haven't finished. I've got one more thing to do. That's why I begged you to let me come to the funeral. And why I plucked the flower from her grave.
You're over my head, Dean.
Well, bear with me, Mr. Thorpe. It's only a little while. That's the big elm tree I told you about. You see it? There's a little street light just beyond it.
What about it?
There's a bus stop just beyond it. We can wait there for a bus if you like.
Yes, I see somebody waiting there now. I think it's a good idea. I'm tired. I wish you'd tell me, though, why you did do it, Dean. Not that it'll make any difference. Not with your confession and all that.
Mr. Thorpe, are you superstitious?
Me? No. It's nonsense.
No, it isn't nonsense. A great many superstitions are founded on fact. A great many.
I don't believe in ghosts, if that's what you mean.
You know, Francis was a writer.
Yes?
A writer of supernatural stories.
I didn't know that.
He had a very thorough understanding of superstitions, beliefs of all kinds. He had a large library of source material on that subject.
Did he believe in ghosts?
He was a rational man, Mr. Thorpe. And my very good friend.
All right.
I saw a good deal of Alice in the years since Francis was killed. In the first few months when she was having to reconstruct her life when she was having to reconcile herself to the fact that she was alone, that Francis was gone out of her world. I spent a good deal of time with her, and I was gratified that she was taking it very well. She did the house over completely, with the exception of the room he'd used for study. That she left exactly as he'd left it. A typewriter, a stack of paper, the pottery jar full of sharpened pencils, half a pack of cigarettes, and a torn match package. Even the wastebasket crammed full of torn sheets of paper, exactly the way he'd left it. That, she said, was to be her living memory of Francis. And always when I came to visit her, we sat in Francis' study. And talk was mostly of him.
His publishers called today and wondered what about the book he was working on.
What about it?
I told him it wouldn't be finished.
He only had a few pages to go, as I remember it.
It won't be finished.
I don't think you ought to do that, Alice.
I want it that way, Dean.
Do you still feel...
I'm very glad you made me throw away that flower. That's what you mean. It was an ugly thing. Bringing it away from there.
Yes.
I'm very content now. It's been hard to make myself realize that, it's not really so bad when there are people around. But at night, alone by myself, I think I've cried myself out, Dean.
I'm glad
You've been an angel.
Well...
You have.
Well, you see, Alice, I love you.
I know you do.
Well, that's all I can say, Alice. I love you. It's a horrible thing to have to say to the widow of my best friend, but...
Widow?
Well, Alice...
Widow, you said.
Well, but Alice...
You call me his widow. I'm not.
Darling.
No. Get away from me. I'm not his widow. Do you hear me? I'm Francis' wife.
Where's that fellow that was waiting for the bus? Did he go away? Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him.
So she did get mad at you, huh? Well, don't you think you were rushing things a little, Dean? Don't you think you should have waited a little longer before you put in a word for yourself with his widow?
His wife. No, Mr. Thorpe, I always knew that Alice would never marry me. I knew too much of the deep love and affection that existed between those two. And I knew that I would never have a chance with her. But in all honesty, I couldn't help confessing to her.
She said she knew how you felt.
Yes, she did.
Well, I don't see where this story's getting us, Dean. Besides, here's your tree, and I'm going to sit down and wait for a bus. Wonder where that other fellow went.
Francis loved music, although he couldn't play a note. Alice in the old days would sit at the piano nights when he found himself struggling with an idea that wouldn't come out. Francis always said that if he could listen to Alice playing long enough, the tougher situation would unravel itself. I think that was a fact. Many a night I've sat in the living room listening to her at the piano while Francis listened from his study. I remember one thing he used to love. Alice played it so often for him. People used to laugh and call it their theme song. And one night, not very long ago, I dropped in to see Alice. After a while, she sat down at the piano and played it. I hadn't heard it for so long.
that, isn't it, Dean?
It still sounds wonderful to me.
I felt so lonesome tonight.
It's an unpleasant night.
Like it was a year ago. Out there and...
You weren't going to think of that.
I can't help it, Dean.
Play something else.
No. I wonder if Francis is lonesome, too.
Alice.
No. I've been dreaming about him, Dean.
Well, I suppose that's natural.
He's always trying to tell me something. It's so vague. But he's lost. And he wants me so.
You're morbid tonight.
No, I'm not, Dean. I thought I was getting over missing Francis, Dean. But I'll never get over it. I thought I'd forget him. But I can't forget him.
You must forget him, dear.
No. I won't forget him. He's my husband. I love him. I love him.
Alice, dear, you mustn't.
Oh, Dean. I want him so. You've never lost anyone, Dean. You don't know how it is. And now, these last few weeks, I know how Francis wants me.
You're not being rational, Alice.
But I love him, Dean. Oh, isn't there some way?
No, Alice. Please.
No, I mean it. Dean. Listen.
Well?
Francis had so many books. Wouldn't there be something in one of them that might tell me how to bring Francis back to me?
Alice.
Or some way I could find him, Dean.
Alice, sit down and stop this.
Dean.
Well?
Dean, do you love me?
You know I do.
I'll never marry you.
I hope that someday...
No. It's a sacrilege to think it even. I'm Francis' wife. I'll be Francis' wife forever. Forever and ever.
Oh, darling.
No, wait. Dean, as surely as I'm sitting here, I swear to you I'll always love Francis.
Yes.
And I can't live without him.
What do you mean by that?
I've thought about it. I've thought about it until my head hurts. You think I'm losing my mind, don't you?
No.
Dean, I won't marry you.
Yes, you said that.
But do you want to earn my everlasting gratitude? And Francis' gratitude, too.
I don't understand you.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I won't do it.
Dean, listen. If I kill myself, that'll be a sin, won't it?
Yes.
And I won't go to heaven and be with Francis,
No.
will I? Then will you do it?
Alice, you've lost your mind.
No.
You
said you loved me. Then do it. Give me back to Francis.
That's a great story, Dean. That's a great story.
Yes, it is. Isn't it?
It's not the story you told when they arrested you.
No.
So you shot her because she asked you to.
No.
What do you mean?
I went away from the house that night. I was very disturbed. Sleep? I couldn't sleep. About 3 in the morning, I telephoned her. We talked for a long time. She was much calmer. She agreed that she'd been very foolish. And we'd talk it over again later in the day. I took 2 bromides and slept till noon. And then in the afternoon, she telephoned me, woke me up. Come over right away, she said. Come over now. Hurry. When I came in, she was holding a book. She seemed perfectly calm, but had obviously been crying for a long time. She was exhausted. What's happened, Alice? I asked. What's the matter?
Sit down, Dean.
What is it? What's that book?
It's one of Francis' books from his reference library.
Oh?
Dean, when you left last night, I got to thinking some more about what I'd said first. That maybe there was something in one of Francis' books that would tell me how to bring us together again.
Alice, I thought that...
Still, I went in there and I looked at a lot of books. Some of them I couldn't understand. But I found one. I found this one.
What is it?
Dean, you murdered Francis.
I what?
You murdered his soul.
Alice, what are you talking about?
Do you remember the flower from his grave?
Why, yes. Yes, of course.
Look at the book.
Dictionary of Superstitions and Mythology. Bonarget, Paris, 1927. Well, what about it?
Page 101. I've marked it. Read it.
Flowers. If a flower be plucked from a grave and afterwards thrown away, the place where the flower falls will be haunted. Alice, what is this?
It's true, Dean.
It's superstition, for heaven's sake.
It's true.
Oh, now, come now.
It's true.
How do you know?
Because I went out to the cemetery road, and I went to the elm tree where you threw the flower away almost a year ago.
You went... When did you go out there?
This morning, while it was still dark.
This morning?
And it's true. I know. Francis is there. Chained to that spot forever and ever. Oh, Dean, what are we going to do? We did it, you and I. What are we going to do?
And what did you do? I did what I thought best.
You mean to say you believe in a stupid superstition? You mean you murdered the woman because of...
I came out here to this tree with Alice, Mr. Thorpe.
You did?
And I knew Francis was here, too. He's here now. You saw him, didn't you? The man you thought was waiting for the bus.
Here, where are you going?
I threw away a flower from his grave here a year ago. Now, here's your flower, Alice. I've kept my promise, dear. Alice and Francis together now. Forever.
You don't believe that.
Listen.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is The Evening and the Morning. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. Ernest Chappell was the man who spoke to him.
Dan Bess Johnson played Alice. Martin Lawrence was Mr. Thorpe. As usual, music for Quiet Please is by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. For next week, I have a story which I call One for the Book.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
Now, a listening reminder. A great number of our citizens are unaware of the insidious rackets that are constantly challenging our law enforcement agencies. You can hear about them on David Harding Counterspy. Tune in Counterspy this afternoon on your ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. Nocturne. Exceedingly strange is this world, and of all the things in it, the strangest are the ways of men. There are those who harbor up bitterness, along whose network of nerves, taut as fiddle strings, lurks the primordial passion which branded Cain. And there are those whose thoughts are like lighted shadows against the stars, and the fiber of whose individuality throbs to beauty and the revelation of music. This is the story of two men, and of the role a piece of music and a searing flame played in their destiny. Two men, Matt and Stuart Bannock, twin brothers held together by the tenuous cobweb of blood ties, but poles apart in the warp of their lives. Matt, brooding and neurotic. Stuart, teeming with vigor, brilliant as a shaft of morning sunlight. That is Stuart playing.
You're always playing that infernal piece. Why, Stuart, why? Matt, you've asked me that before. I like it. It's my favorite. You'd understand if you were a musician. That's right. Rub it in. You're a musician, I'm not. I can't play a note. Matt. So you're talented and I'm not. I didn't mean it that way. You're admired by everyone and I'm not. And no matter what you meant. The fact is, I'm just a forgotten half of twin brothers. Everything conspires against me. Matt, come on, you just haven't found yourself yet, that's all. Haven't found myself. I find that I've been robbed. Robbed? Yes, my dear Stuart, robbed. And apparently there's nothing I can do about it. What are you talking about? Nothing. Matt, you've never said anything to me about it. When did it happen? When we were born. Afraid I don't follow you. That's the trouble. I followed you. You were born first, ahead of me. Sure, by all of 10 minutes, but what of it? I don't see that means anything. Oh, naturally, you wouldn't. Those who ride never understand why those who walk are footsore. Those who possess don't understand the hunger of those in want. Matt, you're talking in riddles. What are you trying to say? I say you're a robber, a thief. Yes, you, my own twin brother. You've stolen from me. Matt, I don't understand. What have I taken from you? Talent. Personality. Intangible things that mark the difference between one man and another. Talent. Personality. Afraid I'm confused. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you ever wonder why people have no trouble telling us apart? No, I can't say that I have. Look. Here we are, twins. Identical twins. We look alike in every respect. Yet no one ever calls you Matt or me Stuart. Do you know why? Why? Because they can sense the difference between us, that's why. Because the man who has and the man has not. Oh, don't look so amazed, Stuart. It's true. You're the one who has, and I'm the one who has not. And the things I lack are the qualities you have in overabundance. Strength. imagination, vigor, and talent, all the things that you robbed from me. Matt, you're not making sense. Oh, yes, I am. I've thought it all out carefully. I've had years to do it, Stuart, and now I know. Now you know what? That a person is born with just so much luck or strength or talent. With twins, it has to be divided. There isn't quite enough of everything to go around, so one twin takes more than his fair share. He robs the other, just as you've robbed me, Stuart. It's quite a theory, Matt. It's a fact. Fact from which there can be only one escape for me. Mavis?
Yes, Matt?
Well, ladies, you look very lovely today.
Oh, thank you, kind sir.
And, well, you're always beautiful.
Such flattery.
It isn't flattery, you know I mean it. Mavis, you know how I feel about you.
Please, Matt, we've gone all through that before.
I can't help it, Mavis. I love you. I'd do anything for you. I'd even kill for you.
Matt!
Yes, I'd kill for you. I can't stand the thought of some other man possessing you. I tell you, I won't allow it.
Please, Matt, you're all excited.
Well, why shouldn't I be? You expect me to stand by and do nothing while another man steals all the things that I want?
No one is taking anything from you, Matt. I just don't love you. That's all.
Tell me the truth, Mavis. Is there someone else?
Yes.
I thought so. He always stands in the way of my happiness.
He? But I haven't said who it is.
You don't have to. I know.
Well, then you must be psychic.
Don't joke, Mavis. It isn't funny. Not to me.
I'm sorry.
Everyone is always sorry for me. Poor Matt, they say. He's not at all like Stuart, his twin brother. Oh, poor Matt. Isn't it too bad he isn't a musician, too? Oh, poor Matt.
Matt, please.
It's Stuart you love, isn't it?
I didn't say.
You don't have to. I can see it in your eyes. Why are you afraid to tell me?
I don't know. Maybe it's because of what I see in your eyes. I'll tell you what. I'll make you a promise. As soon as the news of my engagement is ready to be released, you'll be the first to know.
Thanks.
No. Now you feel like killing anyone?
Yes, more than ever. Mavis?
Yes, Stuart?
Well, that is, you look very lovely today.
Thank you, kind sir.
But then you're always beautiful. Mavis, what's the matter? You look faint.
Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something that someone else said.
You mean there are others crazy enough to think you're beautiful, too?
So I've been led to believe.
I thought I was the only one.
You are the only one.
Oh, Mavis, darling. I love you.
And I love you.
Oh, this is wonderful. You're wonderful. Everything's wonderful. I want to tell the whole world about us.
Oh, but I promised to let someone be the first to know.
Who is it? Anyone I know?
It's Stuart. You will be careful, won't you?
Careful? Careful of what, dear?
Of, Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm just being silly.
No, you're adorable. Come here. Now, still feel silly?
No. Oh, but, Stuart, darling.
Yes, dear?
Do be careful. For my sake, please.
Who's there? I said, who's there? It's I. Oh, Matt. Had me worried for a moment. I didn't know who it was. Guess I'm kind of nervous tonight. Mavis said something about being... Well, Matt, what's that you're carrying?
A bottle.
What's in it? A liquid? A what?
Gasoline.
Matt, what's the big idea? See this match in my hand? That ought to give you your answer. Matt, that's dangerous. For you, not for me. What are you saying? You won't rob me this time, Stuart. You've taken talent and personality from me. Now you want the girl I love. But I can't stand the thought of some other man possessing Mavis, I tell you, and I won't allow it. That I didn't know. Well, you do now! I'm going to set the house on fire, and you're going to be burned alive, dear brother. Matt. You can't get out. The flames will have you trapped there in the corner, but I can get out. I'm standing here by the door. Matt, don't strike that match. Goodbye, Stuart. I'm paying you back for robbing me. Matt, all I have to do is throw the burning match into the liquid at your feet, like this. Oh, my face. Exploded my face. I can't see. Matt! Stuart! Matt, where are you? Stuart! Don't save me! I can't! Save me! Matt, I'm cornered!
Go in there.
Oh, my fiancé is in there. Let go of me, officer, please.
Sorry, but no one can go into that house. It's a solid mass of flames.
Please.
Nothing doing. Look, there's somebody at the window. He's going to jump.
Oh, let it be Stuart.
Go on, jump. Hurry, jump.
Stuart!
Hang on.
Cover him up, Mike. He's still alive. I'm going to call an ambulance. And what do you want?
May I see him?
You better not, lady.
Oh, but please.
You happen to know the people who lived in this house?
Yes. My fiancé and his twin brother. Oh, let me see which it is.
Well, all right. There. Do you recognize him? Well, which is it?
I don't know.
And Stuart Bannock, twin brothers, yet different as day and night. Matt, bitter and neurotic. Stuart, a brilliant pianist whose favorite music is one of Chopin's Nocturnes. Both are in love with Mavis, who loves Stuart. Matt believes he has been robbed of talent and personality by being born a twin. He sets fire to the Bannock house to kill Stuart. But he, too, is trapped in the flames. One man leaps from the burning building. Which is it? Matt or Stuart?
And the chief says there's no doubt it was a case of arson.
That so?
Yep. We found the fellow who sold the gasoline. He swears it was Matt Bannock who bought it.
He's positive, huh?
Yep. Says he knew both Stuart and Matt all their lives. Has never mistaken one for the other.
Makes the case pretty easy then, doesn't it, Kelly?
Bain, how long you been on the arson squad?
Oh, about 2 months.
Well, Bain, when you've been on it as long as I have, you'll know there's no such thing as a really easy case.
We've got the survivor, haven't we?
Yep. Got him under guard in the hospital.
And all we have to do is identify him. What's so tough about that?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Except the guys were identical twins, and this fellow's badly banged up, and nobody knows whether it's Matt or Stuart.
No way of identifying him? By fingerprints or something?
No, we've checked everywhere. Their prints have never been filed.
Well,
Yeah, go on, I'm listening.
Oh, why can't we get him to talk and identify himself?
We've tried that. He talks all right. He'll talk your arm off if you let him. But getting him to make sense, that's a different story.
Mavis? Mavis?
Yes?
I want Mavis. I love Mavis. Will you tell her that when you see her?
Yes, I'll tell her.
Make her come to me. Without her, I'm lost, and everything is wasted.
Oh, try to rest, please.
You're not like Mavis.
Now, you must be quiet so you can get well.
Shall I tell you a secret? I love her. Everybody loves her, but I love her most.
She loves you, too.
How do you know? Who told you? Go away. Tell Mavis I want her.
I'll bring her to you if you'll just go to sleep. And when you wake, she'll be here beside you.
Tell her I love her. I'll sleep if you promise to tell Mavis I love her.
Yes. Yes, I promise. Now, close your eyes.
And that's why we can't get him to identify himself. He doesn't talk sense. His mind's deranged.
I see.
Well, you got any more brilliant ideas on how we can find out if he's Matt or if he's Stuart?
Well,
Go on, I'm still listening. I got nothing else to do.
Have you asked the doctors at the hospital how long it'll be before he recovers his senses?
Of course we asked the doctors. That's one of the first things we did when we found we couldn't get anything out of the man ourselves.
What'd they say?
Oh, they were very helpful. Very helpful indeed. They said as far as they could tell, he might be like that the rest of his life.
Gee, that's tough.
And then again, he might snap out of it at any time. A shock or something might restore his mind to normal.
That gives us some hope. See, Kelly, do you mind if I go along with you the next time you go to the hospital to see him?
No, not at all, not at all. What have I got to lose? There it is. 802. This is his room.
All right. Wasted, I tell you. She won't let it. She won't let it. She's good.
Listen to
She
him,
won't. It's dark most of the time. Lights go out. She makes it bright again.
Kind of gives me the creeps.
Tell her to make it bright again. Tell
Hello.
her. Someone's here.
How are you feeling?
I don't know you. Who are you?
Oh, just a couple of friends. Who are you?
You wouldn't understand. It's the darkness, but she makes it bright.
Poor devil.
She's Mavis, and I...
You're Matt. You're Matt, aren't you?
I'm Matt? I'm Matt.
Huh.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
But you are Matt Bannock. We know that now.
I love Mavis.
Stop bluffing. You're Matt Bannock. You know you are.
I know I am. I am Matt Bannock? Yes. Yes, I am Matt Bannock. I'm Matt Bannock, and I've been robbed. Mavis makes the darkness bright.
Stop that. Now repeat after me. I am Matt Bannock. Go on, say it.
I am...
It's no use saying this cracked.
I think he's faking. What's your name?
I'm Stuart Bannock. I'm Stuart Bannock, and I have everything.
What's your name?
I'm Matt Bannock. I'm Matt. I've been robbed in my head.
What's your name?
I love Mavis. I love Mavis because she makes everything right.
Why, give up. He's
I love
right.
her.
Yeah, let's get out of here.
I love Mavis.
Well, Matt Bannock or Stuart Bannock, whichever he is leaving the hospital today. Girl Mavis is taking him to her home.
Why?
Well, it seems she and Stuart became engaged the very day of the fire. She doesn't know whether this fellow is Matt or Stuart, but she isn't taking any chances. You know how loyal women can be.
Yeah.
I'd like to forget the whole case, but the chief won't stand for that. He won't rest or let us rest till he proves who the survivor is.
Yeah. But even if he is Matt, we can't get a conviction. The man is mentally unbalanced.
Or else he's putting on a darn good act. And an act always has a flaw that shows up in time. But whatever it is, he's still getting away with murder.
You're home now. This is your new home.
Home?
Yes.
I am home.
Yes. This is where you'll get well and strong again.
Strong? I will be strong again.
You see? You've spoken 2 rational sentences in succession.
Home.
Maybe the association of ideas and objects will help. Come along. Come along with me. That's it.
I like to be home. I like to be home.
Now, sit right down here. That's it. Look what's in front of you. See? It's a piano.
Piano?
Yes, a piano. Play it. Play the piano.
Piano.
Watch me. See? Like this. Now you do that.
Piano.
Here. Let me help you. Put your hands on the keys. Like this. That's it. Now play. Please.
Piano.
Please try. Try again. Oh, no. Here, drink this glass of milk.
If you see Mavis, you tell her I love her.
Yes, I'll tell her. But first take this glass. There, that's better. Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
Everyone is always sorry for me.
What?
I don't want to drink this. I'm tired. I'm tired of this.
Oh, you sound like Mary.
Tired of it all. Robbed of talent and personality.
Oh, no, it can't be.
I said robbed.
Don't wave your arm like that. You'll have to upset the table.
I can't stand the thought of some other man possessing Mavis.
That's worse.
Robbed.
He said that the day you...
I won't allow it.
Oh, be careful of that table. There's a burning chafing dish on it.
I tell you, I won't allow it.
Oh, the table. Now you've overturned it.
I won't allow it.
The rug. The rug is on fire. It's on fire. Get out of the way. Get out of the way while I put out this fire. Get over there. Stand over there by the piano. There. There, the fire is out. Do you hear? The fire is out.
Fire? Fire?
Don't come near me. Stay there by the piano. Yes, by the piano.
Piano. Fire. No. Piano!
Exceedingly strange is this world, and of all the things in it, the strangest are the ways of men. This is the story of two men, and of the role a piece of music and a searing flame played in their destiny. Two men, Matt and Stuart Bannock, twin brothers, held together by the tenuous cobweb of blood ties, but poles apart in the warp of their lives. Matt, brooding and neurotic. Stuart, teeming with vigor, brilliant as a shaft of morning sunlight. From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
Diary of Fate. Fate plays no favorites. It could happen to you.
Book 82, page 509. Yes, here it is. The life record of John Haynes. A record tainted with clever compromises, shrewd lies, and elaborate infidelities. Yes, you, John Haynes, have devoted all your talents and energy to the fraudulent means of gaining your own selfish ends. And now, for a moment, I, Fate, look ahead to an instant of horror in your numbered days.
Gordon, come here. Get your hands off me. Have you lost your mind? I'm going to my cabin. Why, you... Come on, get up. Now we'll see what's so special in your cabin. Why, look at this room. The chairs. The snoot. If you want to see John Haynes alive again, it will cost you $50,000. You will be...
Very well, Gordon.
John, you fool. You'll never get away with this.
My dear brother-in-law is only one man's opinion. Yes. In the life record of John Haynes, a murder was committed. Then I, Fate, intervened. And in the end, it was a little thing. A stray cat that determined the final outcome. But remember, you who listen, I, Fate, am but the instrument of a plan. And in a moment, I will read again from the Diary of Fate.
Before the unusual story of John Haynes, here is our announcer.
Results of little things. Yet they are the very tools with which I, Fate, shape your destinies. In your case, John Haynes, it was a spilled drink and a stray cat that spelled doom. Remember where it all started? You were waiting at the airport for the arrival of a plane bringing Nancy Keith from Chicago.
Nancy, here I am.
Oh, hello, John. Been waiting long, darling?
Oh, seems like years. Hey, wait a minute. Yes? That's better. The car's over here, Nancy.
Oh, good. I'm tired out.
Well, how are things in Chicago?
How's any fashion show? They call it the new look, but all a model ever sees is the same old look, believe me.
Oh, I detest the idea of other men ogling you, Nancy. We should quit modeling.
Quit? How can I? I've got to make a living some way till you decide what to do about your wife and that crew she lives with.
Uncle William and dear brother Gordon. Well, don't forget it, won't you?
I'm not forgetting. Uncle William holds the strings of a very fat family purse. So where does that leave me?
Oh, please, Nancy. Let's not talk about that now. We've got the whole afternoon together.
Afternoon? What about tonight? What about dinner?
Well, I have to be back at Bayville tonight.
What? I mean, the very first day I'm back in town, you have...
I can't help it, Nancy. Uncle William's getting suspicious. That old story of mine about roaming around to get inspiration for my paintings is a little threadbare these days. I've got to be careful.
All right, John. Just don't be too careful at my expense.
What do you mean?
I'm in love with you. I want to marry you. I'm not going to spend my life waiting. Think it over, John. When you're out in that mansion at Bayville tonight, give it some good, serious thought.
Ellen? Oh, Ellen? Oh, hello, Uncle William.
Oh, the great artist finally decided to come home, did he? What happened? Get hungry?
Where's Ellen?
Sleep upstairs, nerves again. If you'd spend more time with her, young man, maybe she'd think of something besides her health for a change. Where have you been?
Making sketches at Ram's Head Point.
And where are the sketches?
Well, they weren't right, so I threw them into the sea.
Oh, splendid. Now, if you throw the rest of that stinking clutter of yours into the sea, we'd all be happier.
Look, Uncle William, I don't like working here at the house any more than you like it. If there were any other place...
There it is. I just thought of it today. The Lady Grey tied up at my pier. There's nobody on the yacht now, and you won't be disturbed. I'm having her painted next spring, so your sloppiness won't matter. How's that suit you?
The yacht? Why, that's fine. Just fine.
Yes, John, you were careful not to show your anger in front of your wife's uncle because of the money he controlled. As soon as you left the house, you called Nancy and asked her to come out to the Lady Grey. Then, 2 hours later, as you sat in the luxurious main cabin of the yacht, a drink in your hand, she listened attentively as your real feelings boiled to the surface.
Nancy, I'm at the end of my rope. That old man's going to open his mouth just once too often.
Well, frankly, John, I'm surprised he hasn't kicked you out long ago.
Oh, that's easy. I'm Ellen's husband, and dear old Uncle William will do anything for her happiness.
You'll never get dressed. You like all this luxury too much.
Listen, Nancy, you're the most important thing in the world to me. But I'm smart enough to know we've got to have money. I'm going to leave this outfit. But when I do, I'm taking plenty of cash with me.
And just how do you propose to do that?
Insurance. Ellen's insurance. It's all made out to me.
John. Oh, John. Did you murder?
Yes, Nancy. Exactly.
Oh, stop it, John. Why, that's absurd. You've been listening to too many radio mysteries.
It's not absurd. I'm serious. And I can get away with it, too.
Look out, your glass. John, you've spilled your drink. It's all over this book. Robert Louis Stevenson kidnapped. Oh, I bet this will make your Uncle William happy.
Kidnapped? Nancy, wait a minute. That's it. It's perfect. Kidnapped. Nancy, I've got an idea worth $50,000. And it can't fail.
Yes, because of a little thing. Because you spilled a drink, you got an idea, John. An idea to kidnap yourself and collect your own $50,000 ransom. Nancy was skeptical at first, but at last she, too, saw the cleverness of your plan to be both kidnapper and victim. Far into the night, you developed your scheme carefully. The first step was to be threatening letters, planted where the susceptible Ellen would find them. And 2 weeks later, you watched the successful progress of your plan.
Uncle William. Uncle William.
Well, what is it? What is the matter, Ellen?
Look, another letter.
No.
I was going through the pockets of John's suit for when he was going to clean us. And I found...
Let me see. The time is near, John Haynes. You have been warned. Just like the others. Letters cut from newspapers and pasted on a sheet of cheap paper.
Uncle William, we must do something about these letters. If anything ever happened to John...
No. All right, my dear. These are nothing but crank notes. I've been getting similar ones all my life.
Well, good morning, my dear. Hello, Uncle William. Hey, what's going on here?
Ellen just found another of those notes.
What? Blasted, I thought I'd burn that. I didn't want to worry you, Ellen. I'm terribly sorry. I still say it's nothing to get excited about.
Oh, John, Uncle William. Isn't either of you going to do anything? Please hire a bodyguard or something.
Don't be silly, Ellen.
I agree. Calm down, my dear. John, I'm sure these threats are nothing serious, but for Ellen's sake, you'll be careful.
Yes, you would be careful, John. Because now you were ready. You told Ellen and Uncle William that you were working hard on a new painting. That you would stay on the yacht all night. Then you called Nancy. And when she arrived, you went over the plan with her in detail.
It's working to perfection, Nancy. Ellen's frantic. When I turn up missing, she'll get that $50,000 ransom out of Uncle William in no time.
I'm sure it's best to do it tonight, John.
Positive. Now, you meet me at 7 o'clock sharp. It'll be dark by then.
I'll be here. I'll drive out by the back road and pick you up at the end of the pier.
Good. Now, I've checked the watchman's rounds. He stops here every 4 hours, at 6, 10, and 2.
Yes.
Now, he won't see me leave, but he'll discover I'm missing at 10.
Oh.
I'll plan a ransom note in here and tip over the furniture, make it look good.
What about a story to tell later?
Oh, I'll have a dandy. Like, that porthole there. I always leave it open. A masked man stood on the pier, stuck a gun through there, and made me unlock the door. And then his accomplice came in and got me.
Fine, that'll work.
Sure it will. But just one thing. You know that little filling station on the back road? Stop there and call me at 6:30.
Oh?
I'll be at the watchman's shack, just in case anything comes up on this end. You got it?
I've got it. I'll see you tonight. I hope nothing goes wrong.
It won't. I tell you, Nancy, this idea can't fail.
Yes, you were sure of yourself, John. Confident that nothing could go wrong. But at that moment, unknown to you, your frantic wife Ellen was speaking by telephone to her brother Gordon in the city.
Yes, I found another letter. I know something terrible is going to happen. Gordon is the only one I can turn to. You must help me.
All right, Ellen. I'll come out and talk to him. I may even have some good news for him, but I can't possibly make it before 11 tonight.
11?
That's right. So I won't bother coming up to the house. I'll go directly to the yacht.
Thus, John, without your knowledge, your brother-in-law Gordon would visit the yacht at 11 o'clock. That would not upset your plan if everything went according to schedule. But then fate intervened, and a little thing happened. It was almost 6:30, and Nancy was driving the back road, when suddenly a stray cat darted in front of her car.
Holy smoke, lady. That was some brute. You all right? You hurt?
Oh, no, I'm all right. A cat. It ran in front of me.
Yeah, I saw it. You tried to turn and skidded into this tree. Messed up your fender pretty bad.
Here.
Knocked the wheel out of line, too.
Can you fix it for me? I'm in a hurry.
Well, won't look like much, but the car will run. Take me 2-3 hours, though. Quite a job.
2 or 3 hours? Oh, good Lord. Do you have a phone?
Oh, yes, ma'am. There's one in the gas station there.
Oh, thanks. Thanks a lot.
Nancy was distraught when she finally got you on the phone and told you of the delay. But you, John, were calm. You simply set your schedule ahead 4 hours. To 11 instead of 7. To again synchronize with the watchman's visit. And as far as you knew, nothing else was changed. Yes, you were confident. But soon, John Haynes, I will write again under your name in the diary of fate.
We'll continue with the strange story of the John Haynes entry in just one moment.
Keith had been postponed. But now, with only 10 minutes to wait, you checked your cabin on the yacht for the last time. The chairs you had overturned, the smashed lamp, the ransom note. Everything was according to plan. At 2 minutes to 11, you stepped out onto the fog-enshrouded deck. Then you heard a car approach.
Nancy, I was beginning to worry. Is everything all right?
What's that, John? What did you say?
What? Gordon.
Oh, that's right. Flesh and blood, too. Thanks, John. You look like you've seen a ghost.
Do I? Well, it's hardly that, Gordon, but when you see my nerves are on edge.
Oh, those threats, isn't it, John? Those crank letters?
Why, Yes. Yes, it is. How did you know about that?
Oh, Ellen called me. She was all upset and insisted that I drop everything and come out here and play policeman.
Policeman? Why, that's absurd.
You're probably right, but since I'm here, I'd like to talk to you about something. It's awfully raw out here in this fog. Can't we talk in the cabin?
No, we can't. But, that is, I'd like to get some fresh air. I've been working for hours. What is it you want to talk about?
Well, it's a job, John. Commercial artist. You start at $85 a week, but in 6 months, maybe less, you'll be making twice that.
I'm not interested, Gordon.
Oh, you will be when you've heard all I have to say. Let's go below. I'm frozen. Come on, why I'm out on a night like this and beyond.
Gordon, come here.
Get your hands off me. Have you lost your mind?
I'm not going into my cabin.
Why, you... Oh! Come on, get up. Now we'll see what's so special in this cabin. What the... Look at this room. The chairs. This note. If you want to see John Haynes alive again, it will cost you $50,000. You will be...
Very well, Gordon.
What, John? John, you fool. You'll never get away with this.
My dear brother-in-law is only one man's opinion.
John! John, what is it? Oh, John. Oh, John.
I couldn't help it, Nancy. I never expected him. Now, come on. The night watchman must have heard those shots. We've got to get out of here.
Yes, John. The little thing that had postponed your plans had also given you an opportunity for a job with a future. But you had preferred your original scheme. A scheme that now included murder. An hour later, you were safe in Nancy's apartment. And there you waited, confident that at that very moment, your wife was reacting as you had planned.
Ellen, my dear, the sheriff only wants to do what's right.
Yes, ma'am. Sheriff always wants to cooperate, but paying the money at once may not be right.
I don't care what's right or wrong. Here, Uncle William, listen to this again. You will be contacted. However, if the police interfere, John Haynes will be killed. Now is that clear, is it?
Of course it's clear, Ellen.
And there's only one thing left to talk about. Will you or will you not give me the money?
Yes, Ellen. I'll give it to you.
Good. Thank you. Now, Sheriff, please, you must understand our position. Once John is back here, safe and sound, we'll work with you. But until then, you've got to stay out. You must.
Very well, Mrs. Haynes, if that's the way you want it.
Yes, as you had anticipated, John, your plan was working perfectly. But while you waited in Nancy's apartment, the minutes dragged by, you grew more and more restless. And Nancy's frantic questioning only increased your discomfort.
John, did you have to kill him? Gordon's death, that's the one thing that scares me so.
Well, forget it, Nancy. Gordon's death only strengthens our case.
Strengthens it? What do you mean?
Ellen was the only one who knew that Gordon was coming out to the yacht. I couldn't have framed that. And when I'm back, I'll tell them all how my brave brother-in-law surprised the kidnappers and tried to stop them. Oh, now it's time to call. But remember, Nancy, you're to say exactly what I told you. Not another word.
Yes, John, I know.
Hello?
Have the $50,000 in unmarked 10s, 20s, and 50s. Wrap them in a package. Tomorrow night at midnight, drive past the library on Wilmont Boulevard. Then, without stopping, throw the package out.
Fine, Nancy. Oh, now we're all set, darling.
But, John, are you sure the police will...
The police won't be within miles. You can count on Ellen for that. Even if they are, it won't matter much.
What? I don't follow that.
Look, I'm only John Haynes' kidnapper until I'm discovered, Nancy. Then I'm just John Haynes, remember?
The next day moved slowly for you, John. And when night finally settled over the city, you were relieved. At 5 minutes to 12, you stood in the shadows of the deserted library building and waited with impatience. soon a car would come by, and you would have your money. Then, moments later, Nancy would drive past slowly, feigning motor trouble. Yes, John. It was all very simple.
The package. Yes. Yes, it's here. $50,000.
John, how did they do?
Yes. And I've got it, Nancy. I've got the money.
Yes, John Haynes. You at last had the money you wanted so badly. A half hour later, you left the $50,000 package with Nancy as you stepped from her car unobserved and hailed a taxicab. In another hour, you were at home in Bayville with your elated wife and Uncle William. Then, as the sheriff listened attentively, you told the detailed story of your kidnapping.
Well, Sheriff, that's the long and short of it. I hope I haven't been too incoherent.
To the contrary, Mr. Haynes. You've been very helpful. But that first part, the business on the yacht, you said you were in your cabin working. Is that right?
Yes. It was about 11 o'clock, maybe a few minutes before, when a man wearing a white handkerchief over his face appeared at the open porthole. He had a gun, and he threatened to kill me if I didn't do what he said.
So you unlocked your cabin door as instructed.
Yes. Then the other man, the one who had been standing next to him on the dock outside, came around and entered.
But when did Gordon come in?
A few minutes later. Both the gunmen were in the cabin by that time. But when they ordered Gordon to put up his hands, he started to swing. After that, I only remember the lamp on my desk breaking and some shots.
And then?
I was hit from behind, and everything went black.
I see. Tell me, Mr. Haynes, would you recognize the kidnappers' voices if you heard them again?
I'm certain I would, Sheriff. Especially the one who stood in the dock outside of my porthole. He had a definite southern accent.
Good. Those details are important. Now, as a matter of fact, you have an unusual capacity for remembering details. Maybe the very thing that will trap the kidnappers.
Yes, John. The sheriff appreciated your capacity for remembering details. Details that you had rehearsed countless times in your own mind. But even as you listened to his words of confidence, your thoughts ran ahead to the day when you would have Nancy and the $50,000 you had so skillfully extorted. Yes, soon, John Haynes, you would have everything you wanted. And soon I, Fate, will write the final entry under your name in the diary of Fate.
Before we bring you the last act in the story of John Haynes, here is our announcer.
Now, John Haynes, your scheme to extort $50,000 was at last complete. You spent the next day in the privacy of your room, where you could be away from your overly attentive wife. But by late evening, you had grown restless. And when word came that the sheriff wanted to see you on the yacht, you welcomed the chance to return to the sympathetic role you played so well.
Mr. Haynes, your wife and your uncle here have been very helpful in the past hour, but now it's a matter of details again. Particularly the first part, here aboard the yacht.
But, Sheriff, John's been over that twice already.
That's quite all right, Ellen. The sheriff knows what he's doing. Now, what is it specifically?
The time of the kidnapping. The exact time.
I'd say it was about 3 or 4 minutes to 11.
You're sure of that?
I'm positive.
Well, in that case, I know who the kidnapper is.
What? You do? You know who the kidnapper is?
Yes, Mr. Haynes, I do. It's 11 o'clock now. 48 hours ago, almost to the minute, you kidnapped yourself.
What? What are you... No, you're lying.
Am I? Remember the account you gave of the two men who stood on the dock, the one with the southern accent who pointed a gun at you through the porthole?
Yes. Yes, of course I remember. It was true, it happened.
You're lying, Mr. Haynes. It couldn't have happened.
Why not? Answer me, why not?
Just look at that porthole, Mr. Haynes. Look carefully, and you'll see why. You'll see only the tar-stained side of the dock outside.
Wait, what does that prove?
That at 11 o'clock on the night of the kidnapping, as at 11 o'clock tonight, the tide was out. The yacht had settled accordingly. Then as now, your porthole, which is normally 4 feet above the dock, was flush against the side of the pier. No man, Mr. Haynes, could have stood there and pointed a gun at you.
Yes, John Haynes. The constancy of both time and tide utterly destroyed your scheme for extortion. And hopelessly trapped, you revealed your guilt completely and thus condemned both yourself and Nancy Keith. And now it is time to close the book. Another entry has been duly recorded on the pages of eternity, and justice has been served. In the case of John Haynes, as in the cases of all mortals, I, fate, am but the instrument of a plan. And the countless little things that happen are the tools with which I work. Because of a spilled drink, John Haynes and Nancy Keith designed a scheme for evil. But because of another little thing, a stray cat that darted into the road, the execution of their scheme was postponed long enough for the tide to turn against them. Heed well tomorrow, you who listen, and remember, there is a page for you in the diary of fate.
Included in the cast were Herbert Lytton, Lorene Tuttle, Benny Rubin, Tyler McVeigh, Mike Stewart, Lou Lane, Ray Erlenborn, and Hal Sawyer. Diary of Fate is a Larry Finley production, transcribed in Hollywood.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Telltale Heart.
I had nothing against the man. I didn't want his money. And those who say I did are crazy. He was always agreeable and liked me. But there was one thing about him that bothered me. That eye of his. That pale blue vulture eye.
Why did you do it?
That voice. It's always with me. It's always with me.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Listen. Can't you hear it? Slow. Rhythmic beating. It's with me. It follows me wherever I go. The pounding of his heart. The pounding, beating rhythm of the telltale heart. Be quiet! Be quiet! Be quiet!
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present The Telltale Heart. And now for our story. Adapted for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Telltale Heart.
Yes?
There was an advertisement in the paper. I'm here to answer it.
I see. Won't you come in, please?
Yes, thank you. Are you the one I'm supposed to see?
No, I'm Mrs. Gorman, the housekeeper. Mr. Lawrence, the old gentleman, he's the one you're to see. You'll just wait here. I'll tell him you're here.
Yes, thank you, of course.
Mr. Lawrence.
Yes?
Someone here had asked for the advertisement you placed in the paper.
Send him in, Mrs. Gorman.
Sir, Mr. Lawrence will see you now.
Thank you.
He's over by the desk, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I see him. Thank you.
You come in answer to the advertisement in the paper?
Yes, sir.
Care to sit down?
No, I'll stand, thank you.
What's your name?
Crowther. David Crowther.
Aside from my housekeeper, Mr. Crowther, I live here by myself. I feel the need of a companion. Someone to whom I can talk. Mrs. Gorman is a housekeeper. She doesn't talk very much. Very competent person, but very uncommunicative. You have references, I suppose?
No, Mr. Lawrence, I haven't.
What work have you been doing?
I'll be completely honest with you, Mr. Lawrence. I haven't been working for the past year. I was only released from the hospital 2 weeks ago.
I noticed you looked rather pale. Are you well now?
Oh, yes. I've completely recovered.
Well, you don't have references. I don't have.
Please, Mr. Lawrence. I need employment. My money is all gone, and I must work in order to live.
I see. What about your family?
I have no family.
No other attachments?
No, sir.
I'm going to take a chance on you, Mr. Crowther.
Thank you,
Of
sir.
course, your salary won't be too large. But you'll have a roof over your head and plenty of food to eat. When can you start?
Tonight, if you like, Mr. Lawrence.
Excellent. You know, Mr. Crowther, David, if I may call you that.
Yes, sir.
I have the feeling that we're going to get along quite well together.
I was with him for several months. I don't know when the idea first entered my mind, but once it was there, it haunted me day and night. It enveloped my brain with its cunning. I had nothing against the man. He was always agreeable and liked me. But there was one thing about him that bothered me, that eye of his. One day I asked the housekeeper about it. Mrs. Gorman.
Yes, David?
The old gentleman. One of his eyes. Is there anything wrong with it?
What? I don't think so, David. I hadn't noticed.
To me, one of his eyes resembles that of a vulture. Pale blue it is, with a cloudy film covering it. It didn't bother me at first, and, well, in fact, it doesn't bother me now unless he looks at me, but...
Unless he looks at you? Why?
Well, every time he looks at me, my blood runs cold. That pale blue vulture eye...
I think you're imagining things, David.
Yes, Mrs. Gorman. Perhaps I am imagining things. You won't say anything about it to Mr. Lawrence, will you?
Of course not, David.
I don't know what came over me. Of course, there's nothing wrong with the old gentleman, nothing at all. Yes, but there was. That eye of his. That pale blue vulture eye. Little by little, I began to hate him with all my heart. One evening, a few weeks later, the old man and I sat in the living room. We had just finished dinner and were talking as we usually did. Just as you say, Mr. Lawrence, we'll have to wait and well, what are you looking at?
What, David?
Are you staring at me?
No, of course not.
Yes, you are. Don't look at me like that.
I'm not...
Don't look at me. Turn it away. Turn it away. Turn your eye away.
David, what's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with me. Only your eye. It's like a vulture's. A few days passed, and I guess he thought I had forgotten about his eye. But I hadn't. No, I hadn't. And every night about midnight, I'd get out of bed, creep from my room to his. I'd unlatch the door and open it. And then, after it was opened wide enough to stick my head through, I would put in a covered lantern, all closed, so that no light would shine forth. And after I had my head in the room, I would undo the lantern so that only a single ray of light darted out. And I would shine it on his face to see if his eye were open. Oh, no, it never was. Not then. I found the eye always closed. And you see, that made it impossible to do my work. For it wasn't the old man that bothered me, but his eye. His evil eye. And unless his eye were open, I couldn't do it. But I knew that one night it would happen. Yes, it would open, and then I could do it. Then I could kill him.
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Telltale Heart.
And so I waited. I went out of my way to make him comfortable. I made sure that I never mentioned anything about his eye to him. And every morning I would go into his chamber boldly and ask him, "Well, Mr. Lawrence, did you sleep well last night?"
Why, yes, David, I did.
You didn't hear anything? Any noises?
No, not a one.
I'm glad of that.
Why? Did you hear anything?
No, not a thing.
And why did you ask me if I had?
Oh, I was just asking, Mr. Lawrence. I wanted to make sure. I wanted to make sure. And he thought everything was all right. He was a fool, just like all the others. Well, how could he know? Yes, how could he know that every night on the stroke of 12, I looked in upon him as he slept?
You know, David, I didn't sleep very well last night.
You didn't, Mr. Lawrence?
No, I had a bad dream.
Oh? What did you dream about?
I dreamt that someone was looking in at me while I slept. Just waiting for a chance to kill me.
Well, that's just a dream, Mr. Lawrence. Nothing to worry about, you know that.
Yes, I guess it was just a dream.
Because the only people here are Mrs. Gorman, myself, and neither one of us would hurt you. You know that, don't you, Mr. Lawrence?
Yes. I'm glad you're both with me, David. It's just the same. I can't seem to get rid of that feeling. It frightens me.
Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Lawrence. No, don't worry. I'll take care of you. On the 8th and last night, I took special pains to make sure he wouldn't hear me. A watch's minute hand moved more quickly than did mine. I crept out into the hallway, made my way to his door. His room was all black. Black as coal, black as midnight. I think he heard me, but I knew he couldn't see a thing. The room was too dark for that. I was almost in the room and about to open my lantern when my thumb slipped upon the tin fastening, and the old man was immediately fully awake. He sat upright in bed and whispered,
"Who's there?" I said, "Who's there?"
I kept still. I didn't say a thing. No, not a thing. And for what seemed like an hour, I stood there and didn't move a muscle. I knew he wouldn't lie down. He was sitting up in his bed, listening for what it was that had made the noise. The old man was in mortal fear. When I had waited a long time and still had not heard him lie back upon his bed, I resolved to open my lantern a little. Yes, just a little, just the tiniest bit. And presently, the tiniest bit of light struggled out. I directed it towards him like the thread of a spider. And finally it came to rest upon his vulture eye. And then I seemed to hear something. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't distinguish it at first, and I racked my mind to think of what it was. And then finally it came to me. Yes, that was it. It was the beating of the old man's heart.
Who's in here?
I could hear it distinctly. He was so afraid. Beat, 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 beat. It went. I could feel its rhythm. The old man was in mortal terror. But I held the lantern motionless. I tried to keep the be with the light focused on that terrible eye, that pale blue vulture's eye. The incessant drumbeat of his heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker. Beat, beat, beat. Louder, louder every moment. The old man's terror must have been extreme. Then I thought of something else. The sound of his heart was so loud it might be heard by someone else, by Mrs. Gorman, by some prying neighbor. And I couldn't allow that, could I? No. And the beating grew louder and louder and louder until I could stand it no longer.
Who's there?
Don't be afraid, old man.
Is that you, David?
That's right. It's only me. Nothing to be afraid of.
What are you doing in my room?
Just watching over you, Mr. Lawrence.
I thought it was someone else.
You have nothing to fear from me, old man.
You should be asleep.
Oh, I'll go to sleep. And so will you, old man. So will you.
David, what's wrong with you?
Nothing. Nothing, old man. Nothing at all.
Don't come any closer to me. Stay away from me.
Die, old man! Die! Let your heart die with you.
Go.
Die! Die! Close your eye, that vulture eye! Close it forever! I stood there in the darkness, looking down upon him. He was quiet now. Strange kind of stillness was upon him. For he was dead. His eye would trouble me no longer, and I knew that I had to dispose of the body. And I racked my brain to think of a place, and then it came to me. Yes, I pulled 3 boards from the floor. I had to work quickly. The blackness of the night was fast changing to gray. I placed his body under the flooring very neatly, and then I boarded it up again. I did it so well that even I could hardly recognize the spot under which the body was hidden. Yes, his room looked as if nothing had happened. The striking of the town clock made me realize how late it was. Well, the job was over, and no one would ever be the wiser. Who's there?
Mrs. Gorman.
Just a moment. Yes. Yes, what is it?
Where's Mr. Lawrence?
He's not here.
Not here?
No, he went out to the country late this evening.
I heard something up here.
Such as?
A scream.
No one screamed, Mrs. Gorman.
Why, I guess I was mistaken. I'll have to send them back then.
Who?
I was afraid when I woke up I heard, or I thought I heard a scream.
You didn't hear a thing. Mr. Lawrence has been gone for some time.
What are you doing up here?
I wanted to make sure he hadn't forgotten anything. What you probably heard, Mrs. Gorman, was the neigh of the horse as the carriage carried Mr. Lawrence away.
Then I must tell him to go.
Who? Who's downstairs? Who is it?
Well, I was frightened. I called the police. They're waiting for you downstairs. For both you and Mr. Lawrence.
Back now to our story, adapted especially for radio by Richard Thorne, entitled The Telltale Heart.
I was so sure that no one had heard anything. But Mrs. Gorman, the housekeeper, she must have heard him scream. Or did she hear the beating of the old man's heart? I went downstairs with her.
Here's Mr. Crowther, officer.
Thank you.
Will you be needing me anymore?
No, I don't think so.
Good night, then.
Oh, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
You'll have to pardon us, sir, for disturbing you. We received a complaint from your housekeeper about some strange noises she heard.
Oh, she must be mistaken, officer. Nothing's happened here.
The housekeeper said she heard a scream from upstairs.
Oh, she must have been dreaming.
Perhaps. But I hope you'll excuse us, sir, if we take a look through the house.
Why, certainly, officer. I have nothing to hide. Well, where do you want to start, gentlemen?
If you'll just show us around.
With pleasure. Just follow me. I led them from room to room. I took them all over the house. I wanted to show them I had nothing to hide. I showed them every nook and cranny in the place except the old man's room. I wanted to say that to laugh.
Don't you think this is enough?
Finally, I took them into his room, and though they searched it exhaustively, they found nothing. I was quite pleased with myself.
That housekeeper of yours must have imagined she heard a scream from up here. Probably just a nightmare.
Well, perhaps what she heard was me. Yes, I had a nightmare, and I think I might have been the one she heard.
Well, there you are. That's a simple explanation of it.
Yeah, I often have nightmares. You know.
We ought to go to her room and tell your housekeeper. Don't worry about it, Tom. It wasn't her fault.
Yes. Well, as a matter of fact, how will she know who made the noise?
She said there was a Mr. Lawrence living here, too.
Oh, yes.
Where is he now?
Well, he isn't here.
Well, that's evident. But where is he?
Well, he went out to the country for a few weeks. He left tonight.
I see. Sorry to have troubled you, sir.
No trouble at all, officer.
Well, let's get out of here, Ed. We're keeping this gentleman up.
If you gentlemen won't think it presumptuous, won't you have a glass of wine with me? I know how it is after you've been up all night.
Oh, I don't know, sir. We're not supposed to drink while we're on duty. Ah, but, Ed, we're almost through. Let's have a glass of wine. When we finish here, we can go home.
Yes, do have some wine.
All right, it's a pleasure.
All right, I'll get it for you. And Mr. Lawrence always kept a decanter and glasses on that table.
Did you say kept, sir?
A slip of the tongue, officer. The hour is late, you know.
Don't mind Ed, Mr. Crowther. He's suspicious of everybody.
Yes, of course. Well, that's your job. Well, here we are. I hope you like sherry.
Mm-hmm. Always have it at home.
Good. Glad to hear that. Well, here's yours, sir.
Thank you.
And yours.
Thanks.
There. Well, shall we drink to something, gentlemen?
Well, let's drink to you, sir, as a sort of apology for interrupting your sleep.
Yes. That's very good, you know. You did interrupt me. I wanted to show off. I had seated them in the old man's room. And after all, in a way, this was a celebration, a token of my ingenuity. I'd seated myself on top of the very spot under which I'd hidden the body. We had one glass of wine, then another, and another. We were talking quite freely when I heard it. Won't you gentlemen have enough... What's that?
What's what, sir?
That noise. That beating.
I don't hear anything. Anything wrong, Mr. Crowther?
No, nothing. Nothing's wrong. Have some more wine. I wish they'd leave. They were getting on my nerves. I had a terrible headache. I seemed to hear a beating in my ears. They began to look at me queerly. And yet that sound increased. There was nothing I could do about it. It was a low, dull, quick sound. Like the beating of a drum. Where had I heard that sound before? I watched me closely. I paced the floor. I didn't know where the sound was coming from. Beat, beat, beat. Throb, beat, throb, throb. Where had I heard that sound before? I knew they suspected. Who wouldn't, with that incessant beating that filled the room that seemed to make the very walls shake with its monotonous beat, that rhythm? Where had I heard it before? Where had I? I knew where I'd heard it before. Beat, throb, beat, throb, beat, 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 yes! I knew where I'd heard it before. It was the beating of the old man's heart.
What's the matter, Mr. Crowther?
Can't you hear it?
Hear what, sir?
Perhaps I can push it out.
What's the matter with you? What are you trying to do?
Stop it from beating.
Stop what, sir?
Get out of here. Both of you. Get out of here. Get out of here. Can't you hear it? Can't you? I can stifle his heart, that throbbing heart. Can't you hear the throbbing? Can't you hear it?
The only thing we hear is you, Mr. Crowther.
I can't stand it. I can't. The continuous pounding will never stop till I tell you the truth.
The truth about what?
About the old man, about Lawrence. I did it.
What did you do?
I killed him. Under the floor. His body is under the floor, and they stopped that beating. Stop the beating of his filthy heart. That voice. It's always with me.
Always with me.
Why did you do it? Why did you do it?
Listen. Can you hear it? Slow, rhythmic, beating. It's with me. It follows me wherever I go. The pounding of his heart. Pounding, the beating rhythm of his telltale heart. Be quiet. Be quiet.
So runs tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Now, the Hermit.
Ghost stories, weird stories, and murders, too. The Hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. Have you heard the story, Notebook on Murder, eh? Then listen while the Hermit tells you the story.
On the light by your bed, Cora. There, now, what's all the racket about? Well, stop crying and tell me what it is.
There was someone in my room.
Oh, you've been dreaming.
No, I woke up and heard my door creaking open. I could feel it. There was someone standing in my room, and then I heard them run down the stairs after I called out. Hubert, you've got to go downstairs and look.
Well, of course I'll look, but you don't think there's going to be anyone in the house after all your screaming, do you?
Oh, Hubert, wait a minute. I'm going with you.
You better stay right in bed, Cora.
No, I'm afraid.
You said you heard someone go downstairs.
I know, but I won't stay here alone.
All right, come on. I think you just had a nightmare.
Oh, no.
That's a nice way to wake a guy up out of a sound sleep. All the screaming.
Oh, you'd have screamed, too.
Well, not much. I tried to nab whoever it was.
Look, careful, Hubert. The burglar may have a gun.
I can't find the light switch here in the living room.
I'll get it. What? Look. The rug is kicked up. Someone was in here. And look. The things on the table have all been disturbed.
Yeah.
Hubert, where are you going?
Well, to look through the house.
Oh, wait for me. Hubert. The dining room window.
I see it. Well, by George.
I came in through the dining room window.
Well, it should have been locked.
I thought it was. I haven't had these windows open for ages, not since I've been home.
Well, I'll be...
Where are you going?
Why, to phone the police. There sure has been someone in this house.
Looks like they used this window for entrance and escape, all right. Hal, find any footprints outside the window?
No, not a darn one.
Well, maybe they didn't use the window.
Well, there's a cement drive outside this window. It's possible they could have stepped on the cement both entering and leaving.
We'll take fingerprints of the window. Now, let's see, a few questions. You were the only one who heard the noise, Mrs. Armour?
Yes. I heard the door to my bedroom open slowly, then close, and then someone running downstairs.
And the first thing you heard?
My wife screaming.
How far is your room from hers?
Just across the hall.
Are you a sound sleeper, Mr. Armour?
Well, I guess so. I rarely wake up during the night.
And you, Mrs. Armour?
I don't sleep so well. You see, I've been ill and in the hospital. I'm not well at all.
There now, Cora, everything's all right. My wife had a nervous breakdown recently, officer.
Oh, I see. Well, just a few more questions, and then we'll let you go back to bed. Any valuables in the house?
No valuables exactly. I usually have quite a bit of money on me.
Why is that?
I don't bank anymore. Cash my salary checks, and what I don't put into bonds, I use to pay bills.
How about tonight?
Oh, the money's safe in my room.
How do you know, Hubert?
Oh, silly, I looked when you yelled burglary.
Who knows that you carry a good sum of money around with you, Armour?
Oh, I don't know. Some of the boys around the office, I guess. I may have mentioned it in the bar.
They got those fingerprints, Hal?
All set.
We won't disturb you any more tonight. Obviously, there's no one here now. They didn't get anything this time, and they may not disturb you again.
Oh, I hope not. It was awful. My nerves can't stand it.
Go back and get a good night's rest. That is, what's left of it. You won't have any visitors again tonight. Good morning, Mrs. Armour. Remember me?
Oh, yes. You're one of the policemen who was here last night.
Mind if I come in? I'd like to ask you a few questions.
No, come in. I was just out in the kitchen finishing up the breakfast dishes.
Well, then we'll go out there. I can talk to you while you work. Did you sleep after we left?
Well, yes, sir, I did. And you know, this morning I can't remember much of what happened last night.
That's all?
But I don't remember things well at all. Not since I've been sick. Lots of times things are foggy with me.
How long were you in the hospital, Mrs. Armour?
Let's see. It was a long time, over a month, I guess.
What brought on your illness, Mrs. Armour?
Well, sir, I don't know exactly.
Were you unhappy?
Yes, sir, I was.
What about?
Well, Hubert got so he didn't pay any attention to me.
That's so? Stayed out a lot nights?
Yes, he did. He was never home. But since I've been in the hospital, he's been wonderful to me. Kind and good and home every night.
Oh, came to his senses, did he?
Yes, sir. There's been a great change in Hubert.
That's good.
Yes. I feel like I can get well now. Of course, the burglar coming has upset me. Coming into my room like that and standing there in the darkness. Hubert said that if it wasn't for that window being open in the dining room, we might just think of it as a bad dream I had.
Well, Mrs. Armour, we're going to keep an eye on the house. And we want you to help us.
All right. What do you want me to do?
If you see any strange persons hanging around here in the daytime or night, you call the 4th Street station and report it. Now, here's the telephone number. Or anything strange that happens. You remember and tell us.
Sure, I will. The best I can.
You know, it might be a good thing, Mrs. Armour, if you wrote things down in a notebook, as long as you can't recall things very well.
Oh, What should I write down?
Oh, anything odd that happens. And what's more, Mrs. Armour, you keep this notebook a secret, just between you and me. Think you could do this?
Why, sure, I guess so.
Not even tell your husband?
I could keep it from him.
Good. Now, let's see. Suppose you keep these notes under the mattress of your bed. Only you and I will know that they're there. Write down anything you want to, and keep it for me.
There was a peddler at the door this afternoon. He had funny eyes. I thought he might be the burglar come back again. Didn't let him in. He went to Mrs. Joyce's next door. She didn't let him in either. Hubert read to me tonight about a burglary on the south side of town. This burglar got in through a window, too, the basement window. He took money and silverware. We haven't got any good silverware. It's 15 minutes to 12, midnight. I just woke up, and I'm scared. Awful scared. I'm writing in this notebook because I've sort of got accustomed to doing it. And it steadies my nerves a little. I've been writing in it for a couple of weeks now. But the policeman called Hal hasn't been around to see it. Maybe it's because I haven't called or had anything to tell him. But I'm scared tonight. It was at supper that Hubert said.
You aren't frightened of burglars anymore, are you, Cora?
Sometimes I'm afraid of him coming back again.
Oh, fiddlesticks. There won't be any more disturbance after all this time has passed.
Oh, I hope you're right.
Of course I am. Well, anyhow, I have to go out tonight.
Oh, Hubert.
Now, don't cloud up and cry, baby. No one's going to hurt you. What's more, we'll see that all the windows are locked and the doors.
Why do you have to go out, Hubert?
A buyer. Boss asked me to see him tonight.
I'm afraid. Terribly afraid.
Now, listen, there's nothing to be afraid of. Before I go, I'll see that you're safely tucked in your bed. Well, you were complaining before supper about being tired. So you can take a little sleeping pill and go to bed early. Then I'll lock all the doors, and you'll be as safe as a bug in a rug. What's more, I'm going to be home early. I told the boss I couldn't leave my wife for too long a time.
So Hubert got me all fixed up. And after taking the pill, I did fall asleep. But a little while ago, something must have woke me up. It's exactly 12, and Hubert isn't home yet. I know because I just called out and he didn't answer me. It must have been about 10 or 15 minutes ago that I woke up and heard something outside my room. Footsteps. There would be one step, and then a long pause, and then another. For a minute, I was so scared I couldn't even breathe. Somehow I just seemed to know that whoever was coming down the hall was coming to my room, and for me. For a few seconds, I couldn't move, just sort of paralyzed with fear. And then I got brave enough to reach out and turn on my bed lamp. The person must have been real close to my room when the light went on. There was one more step. And then they stopped. Officer Hal, as true as I'm writing, they stopped right outside my door. I heard a board creak. Then
all was very, very still. For almost years, it seemed. And then I heard, very quietly, as if someone was tiptoeing, footsteps leaving my room. The light has frightened them away. Oh, I'm so certain that it was someone coming for me, but what am I going to do? I'm too truly afraid to go downstairs and phone for the police. I'm going to call out to Hubert again. Hubert? Hubert? No, Hubert isn't home yet. Or perhaps whoever has come into this house has done something to Hubert. Hubert! What if they've killed my Hubert? Oh, officer, writing in this notebook doesn't give me strength enough to leave my room and find out. Wait, I hear something. There's someone outside my door. I know it. Someone just moved outside my door. I'm going to hide this notebook under the mattress like you told me to do, and then I shall scream out the window for help.
Just after Cora Armour puts the notebook under the mattress, she goes to the window, opens it, and is ready to scream for help. The door to her bedroom opens, and she calls out in terror as she sees a man standing there with a gun in his hand. One pleading cry, and then... Cora Armour has been shot. Murdered. Will the police be able to find her assassin? The hermit will tell you before the night is done. We hear a key turn in the door. The door unlocks. Swings open. And closes. Then the light switch is clicked on. Hubert Armour stands in the hallway of his home. He steps over to the mirror hanging in the wall. He looks himself over carefully, brushes his hair with his hands. Now he looks at the stairs leading up to Cora's room. He pauses for a few seconds. Then he walks into the living room, turns on the lamp beside his chair, sits down. From his pocket, takes the early morning edition of the paper, scans it, dropping the paper all around his chair. Now he rises, turns off the lamp, walks into the hall. He calls Cora's name.
Cora! Cora, you awake?
Naturally, there's no answer. For Cora lies murdered in her bedroom. A large red stain soaking the carpet on the floor. The blood is dripping slowly. Slowly, a crimson pool is collecting there. Hubert calls again.
Cora! Cora, I'm home.
And now he looks about him into the darkened room leading off from the hallway. Now there's a startled look of apprehension, fear on his face as he begins to mount the stairs.
Cora, you awake?
Hubert pauses outside the door, just as the murderer did only a little time before. He listens, and now his hand reaches out for the doorknob.
Cora. Cora. She's dead. Blood. She's dead. Dead! Operator, get me police headquarters, please. Hello, police headquarters. This is Hubert Armour, 97864 Crawford Street. Come at once. Hurry, it's my wife. She's been murdered.
All right, Armour. Suppose you tell your story over again, just as you told it before. Now, you left the house when?
At 7:30, officer.
And where did you go then?
I went directly to the office where I was to meet Mrs. Davis.
Was she there when you arrived?
Oh, yes, sir. She was waiting in her car outside the office building.
And this was approximately at what time?
Well, I think it must have been about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Mrs. Davis will be able to verify this?
Oh, yes, of course, officer. Well, why are you grilling me so carefully? That isn't going to help us find out who killed my wife.
Go on with your story.
Well, I suggested to Mrs. Davis that we drop into the Greenbrier Club to discuss her insurance policy, and she agreed.
Yes? Go on.
So we left her car standing near the office, and she got into mine, and we drove to the Greenbrier Club.
The doorman took care of your car?
Yes, sir, and you'll remember that. Well, you can check all of this that I'm telling you.
We will. Go on.
Well, there isn't any more to tell. We sat there and talked, had a bite to eat.
What time did you leave the club?
Well, a little after 10, I think.
Then what did you do?
Well, I took Mrs. Davis over to her car.
Then?
I drove straight home, put the car in the garage.
What time did you get home, Mr. Armour?
I didn't look at my watch, but it must have been a little after 11.
But you didn't call us about the murder of your wife until 20 minutes after midnight. Why was that?
I didn't know my wife was murdered, officer. I called out to her when I came home, but she seemed to be sleeping. She'd taken a sleeping pill before I left tonight, so naturally I thought she was still asleep.
So what did you do then?
I went into the living room with a paper, sat there and read a while. All the while until I went upstairs and discovered my wife's murder. I don't know what time it was I called you.
We know.
And we know other things, Hubert Armour. We know at what time your wife was murdered. She told us.
What do you mean she told you?
She told us just as much as if she were alive now.
But I don't understand what you're driving at.
No? And when your wife told us at what time she was murdered, she also told us who murdered her.
Who did it?
You were very clever, Hubert Armour, from the very start, when you planned this crime. When you called us here to hunt for a burglar who was no one but yourself.
That's a lie.
You built this thing up slowly. Tonight you carefully accounted for your time up till 11 o'clock. The remainder of your alibi was weak. It might have been strong enough if Cora Armour had not left us a notebook on crime.
What?
I asked her to keep a notebook, to tell me all the strange things that happened in this house. She did. She kept it faithfully. Midnight tonight, you, according to her own writing, were not home. She called out to you, but you didn't answer. But you were here. You came in. You crept to the door of her room. You lost your nerve. You came back at midnight, shot her, left the house to dispose of the gun, returned, sat down on your chair and looked at a paper, then went upstairs to look in her room and to report her murder. Yes, Armour, you had it all planned very carefully. But you didn't reckon with Cora Armour's notebook.
There's someone outside my door. I know it. Someone just moved outside my door. I'm going to hide this notebook under the mattress like you told me to do. And then I shall scream out the window for help.
You heard the scream, didn't you, Hubert Armour? You heard it?
No, I didn't.
You heard the scream, all right. She made it when you opened the door, when you lifted the gun to fire on her.
She didn't scream. She just called out, "Don't, please." I admit it, I killed her. She was a stone around my neck, nagging, never well. I hated her. I wanted freedom.
She wasn't well because she feared you, Hubert. She feared you all the while. It was fear that sent her down to a sanitarium. In her heart, Cora Armour feared death at your hands. And yet, without her notebook, you might have gone free of the crime of murdering her.
Did a notebook kept by a woman right up until the second of her death. Bring a murderer to justice. A notebook which spoke as strongly as if Cora had returned from the spirit world to point her finger at the guilty one. Yes. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, and occurrences is purely accidental.
The Sealed Book. Once again, the keeper of the book has opened the ponderous door to the secret vault, wherein is kept the great sealed book, in which is recorded all the secrets and mysteries of mankind through the ages. Here are tales of every kind, tales of murder, of madness, of dark deeds strange and terrible beyond all belief. Keeper of the book, I would know what tale we tell this time. Open the great book and let us read. Slowly, the great book opens. One by one, the keeper of the book turns the pages and stops. Ah, the strange story of an old lady who for 40 years lived alone in a huge old New England mansion. A mansion in which death was the master. The tale is titled To Have and to Hold. Here is the tale To Have and to Hold, as it is written in the pages of the sealed book. Our story begins at a small New England railroad station, as a train stops to discharge a lone passenger. The passenger, a young, attractive girl of 20, looks about the station with an air of uncertainty.
Looking for a cab, miss?
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, get right in. Here, I'll take your bag.
Thank you.
Where to, miss?
The Bradley Estate, please.
Could you say a Bradley Estate?
Why, yes. You know where it is, don't you?
Sure. Everyone does. In fact, I was just getting ready to go out there to deliver these packages.
Oh, good.
Miss, are you sure you want to go out to the Bradley Estate? But they ain't had a visitor in 40 years.
Why, that's funny.
You're Bradley?
Yes. My family lives in California, and none of us have ever seen our relatives here in the East. I'm attending college nearby and thought I'd pay my aunt a surprise visit.
Oh. Well, miss, I'd forget the idea if I were you. Take the next train back.
Oh, no. Not after I've come 70 miles. I'm not going back to college until I've seen my aunt. Driver, please tell me what you know about my aunt.
Well, just about the time I come to the village 10 years ago to drive this cab, the old servant your aunt used to send for supplies died.
Yes?
She didn't get another servant, but hired me to bring supplies out to the estate once a week.
I see. What does my aunt look like?
I don't know, miss. I ain't never seen her. No one has seen her for 40 years.
Oh. But you just said she'd hired you.
Well, she did, but not directly. A banker fella come down from Boston and hired me.
Didn't he go out to the estate to see her?
No. He just arranged things in the village and took the first train back to Boston. Once in a while, your aunt writes to him.
Oh. Well, what are in these packages you have for my aunt?
Well, some of them have food, but mostly it's things she's ordered for her husband. Clothes, cigars, and books, and... Well, in fact, I got a new suit for him right here. Best that money can buy, too. I ain't never seen him, neither.
Just doesn't make sense, does it?
No, ma'am. It certainly don't.
Jane stared into the fast-falling dusk, seeking her first glimpse of her father's birthplace. As they turned into a private road, she was able to make out the many towers of the old mansion and the hundreds of windows, behind which was the unknown and the secrets of 40 years.
I had no idea it'd be so large.
There's over 80 rooms in it. Used to be a show place 40 years ago.
And the two of them live in that mansion, all alone?
Yeah.
There isn't a light showing in the whole house.
No, hardly ever is. Well, come on. We go in the back entrance here. Just follow me.
All right.
That's it. Now, just set these packages I brought right down here on the porch. There.
What's in that box you're picking up?
A note from your aunt. Telling me what to bring for next week.
Oh.
Seems your uncle is running out of cigars. She want me to order more.
You going to knock?
Well, all right.
Surely she heard the car approach the house.
It ain't no use, miss. You better come back to the village with me.
No. No, perhaps she'd open the door if you were to leave me here alone. Won't you please go?
Well, just as you say, miss. I just hope you'll be all right.
Oh, I will. Getting cold. I do wish she's unlocking it.
As the door slowly swung open, Jane saw her Aunt Olivia for the first time. Olivia stood with one hand, white and tense, gripping the door, while the other hand shakily held a lamp. The light revealed deep, savage lines in her strong face. Her voice trembled as she spoke.
What do you want?
I'm Jane Bradley, your brother Richard's daughter.
Richard's daughter?
Yes. May I come in?
Yes, do. But we must be very quiet. I don't want to wake my husband.
Oh, yes, of course.
We'll go into the drawing room so as not to disturb him.
The light of the lamp cast an eerie glow in the great hallway as Jane followed her aunt into what had once been the most beautiful drawing room in New England. Jane's eye was caught by a faded portrait over the fireplace.
Whose portrait is that, Aunt Olivia? He's so handsome.
That's my husband, Christopher.
Oh.
And he's just as handsome today as he was then. Everyone's always loved and admired him.
I'm sure of that.
That costume he's wearing, it's the one he wore the night of the New Year's Eve masquerade ball. Come, my dear, I'll show you the ballroom.
And now to continue the story, To Have and to Hold, as it is written in the sealed book. Jane, a look of wonder on her face, followed her Aunt Olivia down a long, dark hall, a hall that was musty with decay. Olivia stopped and opened a large door.
This is the ballroom.
Why, it's so huge.
There were 500 people here that New Year's Eve. Oh, I can remember how beautiful the was.
And Olivia, the lamp held high, stood entranced, as though listening to strains of music of long ago at that gay New Year's Eve ball, listening to a younger and happier Olivia.
Oh, Chris, there's never been a ball like this, and I've never been so happy. Do you like my costume?
Your costume? Oh, yes, it's very lovely.
Thank you, darling. Oh, Chris, you look wonderful as a Spanish cavalier. The women can't keep their eyes off you.
Where's your cousin Amy?
Amy? Oh, the child is around somewhere. Chris, why don't we announce our engagement tonight? It would be a wonderful way to welcome in the year 1900.
No. I mean, not tonight, Olivia.
Why wait? I want everyone to know you're mine.
Good evening, Olivia. Chris.
Oh, Amy. Oh, you look like a dream in that costume.
Thank you, Chris. Olivia, Judge Parker wants to see you for a moment.
Oh, very well. Will you excuse me, Chris?
Of course.
I'll be back in a minute.
Will you excuse me, Chris? I have to...
Amy, wait. Why have you been avoiding me lately?
I haven't been avoiding you. Chris, please let me go.
You know that I love you, don't you, Amy?
No, Chris. It's Olivia you love and are going to marry.
Olivia and I will never be married.
You don't know what Olivia's like when she can't get what she wants. And she wants you.
You do love me. Don't you, Amy?
Yes, but it's no use, Chris. Why, Olivia's my cousin. Her family brought me up.
Just leave everything to me.
I thought I'd never break away from Judge Parker. Oh, Chris, darling. He wanted to know when you and I were going to announce our engagement. Why, Amy, is anything wrong? You look ill.
No, I'm all right. I must see the housekeeper now. Please excuse me.
Olivia, I want to talk to you where we won't be disturbed. Can't we go into the drawing room?
Of course, darling. Come along. We won't be disturbed here. Now, what did you want to talk to me about?
Olivia, I can't go through with our marriage.
Oh, darling. Don't say that, even as a joke.
I'm not joking, Olivia. I've never loved you. If I've spoken of marriage, it was because there wasn't anyone else. But now there is.
Someone else? Who?
Amy.
Amy? So that's it. Well, she can't have you, do you hear? You're mine, and you always will be. And I'm not giving you up.
You haven't any choice. Amy and I love each other, and we're going to be
No,
married.
if I can't have you, no one else shall.
Oh, Olivia, you're hysterical. Put that letter opener
You're
down.
mine, and no one else is going to get you. No one.
Olivia, give me that letter opener.
No one shall have you. No one.
Olivia, perhaps this will bring you to your senses.
Ow!
Look out, Olivia. Olivia. Olivia, speak to me.
How is she, Doctor?
She will be all right, won't she?
Well, it was quite a serious blow she got in the back of her head.
Oh, Doctor, she's regaining consciousness.
Chris, where are you?
Here I am, Olivia.
Where? Why don't you put the lights on? It's so dark in here.
But the lights are...
Oh, Chris, why is it so dark? Why can't I see?
Now, Olivia, you're going to be all right. You've just lost your sight temporarily.
You mean I'm blind? Chris, where are you? Don't leave me.
I'm here, Olivia.
Oh, Chris, don't leave me. I'm frightened, terribly frightened.
No, you mustn't worry. You heard what Dr. Marshall said. You've only lost your sight temporarily.
Oh, you're just saying that to make me feel better. I know you are.
I'd better give you a sedative so that you can sleep. And you two had better leave now.
You must get some rest, Olivia. I'll be back later.
Chris, you will come back. You will, won't you?
Yes, of course. Good night.
Good night, Olivia.
Good night, Chris.
Chris, what's happened is all my fault.
No, Amy, it's mine. It was I who struck her and caused her blindness.
Chris, no matter how we feel about each other, you can't leave her, now that she's blind.
Yes, Amy, I know. Olivia and I will be married as soon as possible.
A few weeks passed. Then one day a small group gathered in the dining room to see Chris and Olivia married. The guests all remarked how radiant and happy the bride appeared. As the minister asked the time-honored question, "Do you take this man to love and honor, to have and to hold as long as you both shall live?" The bride smiled happily as she agreed.
Is that you, Chris?
Yes, Olivia.
Oh, it's getting so that I can recognize everyone's footsteps, particularly yours. Where were you, darling? I've missed you so.
I was in the library, trying to work on my new book.
But you weren't in the library when I sent my maid down to find you. Where were you then?
Oh, I don't know. Probably walking in the garden.
You will spend the afternoon with me, won't you, Chris?
But I was planning to go back to work on my book this afternoon.
Oh, darling, can't you let it go until tomorrow? I'm so lonely without you.
All right, Olivia.
Thank you, darling.
I seem to be doing less and less work as time goes on.
Oh, please don't be angry. It's 2 months today since we were married.
2 months today.
Oh, and they've been the happiest months in my whole life. Oh, Chris, I couldn't live without you.
Hello, Chris. Where's Olivia?
She's in her room.
Oh, Chris, you don't look well. Is anything wrong?
Amy, I can't go on this way anymore. I've had about as much of Olivia in these past 2 months as I can stand.
Oh, please, Chris, you mustn't talk like that.
You don't know what it's like. She always wants to know where I've been, who I've seen, what I've been doing. She doesn't let me alone for a moment.
You mustn't feel that way about it, Chris. She loves you.
Well, if it's love, it's an insane love. She's smothering me to death with her constant attention. Why, I haven't been able to work on my book for 2 weeks now.
Yes, I know.
I can't escape from her for a moment. When I'm not with her, she has the servants spying on me.
Oh, no, Chris, you must be mistaken.
I'm not, I tell you. I can't go on this way much longer. I just can't.
Is that you, Amy?
Yes, Olivia. I've come to read to you.
Where's Chris? What's he doing?
He's in the library writing.
But I wanted him to read to me this evening.
Now, Olivia, you know how anxious Chris is to finish his book.
With all the money I have, he doesn't need to waste his time writing books.
It's more than just money, Olivia. Chris writes because he has a desire to.
Yes, and you encourage him, don't you, Amy? Well, I won't have it. Why, Amy, you're wearing my brooch.
Well, this brooch isn't yours. It's a duplicate I had. Olivia, how did you know I was wearing this brooch? Oh, Olivia, you can see. You're no longer blind.
Well, what if I can? It's none of your business.
All this time you've been pretending, keeping it a secret from Chris and all of us.
I suppose now you're going to tell him. Then he won't feel obligated to me anymore, and the two of you can go away together. That's what you're going to do, isn't it?
I am going to tell Chris, but I'm not going away with him, Olivia.
You're lying. You've always wanted him, always. You hate me because I'm married to him.
Olivia, you're becoming hysterical. You must control yourself.
If it weren't for you, he'd love me. He was mine until you came along. But you aren't going to come between us any longer.
Olivia, what's wrong with you? Stay away from me.
With you gone, he'll be mine.
Olivia, you mustn't... Olivia,
I'll strangle you with my own two hands like this. And with you gone, I'll always have Chris. Always, always.
I didn't want to kill you, Amy. But you tried to take Chris from me. Oh, if they find her body here like this, they'll put me in prison. And then I'll lose Chris. Oh, I must do something. If her body were badly burned, they couldn't tell I'd murdered her. Yes, that's it. I could say I heard her lighting the lamp, and there was an accident, and her clothes caught on fire. I was helpless. Yes, that's it. I must burn her body, and then they'll never know I killed her.
And now to continue the story, To Have and to Hold, as it is written in the sealed book. The weeks that followed Amy's accidental death were full of anguish for Chris. More and more he took to drink, trying to forget the death of the girl he loved.
Oh, darling, you've been drinking so much lately.
Oh, what else is there to do?
Oh, Chris, you mustn't talk like that.
Why not? Now that Amy's dead, what difference can it make?
Oh, Chris, please.
The only way I can bear to live with you is to drink.
Chris, how can you be so cruel? You know I'd do anything for you, anything.
You've done enough. I'm through. I'm leaving you, do you understand?
No, Chris, you can't. You're mine, do you hear? You can't leave me.
You've done nothing to make me love you. Now we're through.
No, you can't say that. Not after I killed to keep you.
Killed to keep me? Oh, I see. Amy's burning to death wasn't an accident. Was it?
Chris!
Was it?
Chris, my arm, you're hurting.
It wasn't an accident, was it?
No! She found out that I wasn't blind anymore, that I'd recovered my eyesight. I couldn't let her tell you and spoil everything.
Right.
I only did it because I love you
It's
so.
an insane love. A love that destroys everything.
I did it all for you, Chris.
Only one thing left for me to do.
Chris, no.
You needn't be afraid of this gun, Olivia. I'm not going to kill you.
Chris!
This gun is the only escape I have from my memories. And from you.
Oh, no, Chris, you can't. You know how much I love you.
As Aunt Olivia stood there entranced, reliving memories 40 years old, the lamp cast an eerie glow on her face. Lost in the memories of the past, she forgot about her visitor.
Aunt Olivia.
Oh, yes.
You seemed so far away, as though you were recalling memories of long ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. For the moment, I forgot you were here. Yes. Yes, Chris and I still talk about that masquerade party.
You think I might see Uncle Christopher?
Yes. But we mustn't wake him if he's asleep.
Oh, no, of course not. Here, I'll carry the lamp, Aunt Olivia.
His room is at the head of these stairs, on the right.
Don't you think you ought to have the house cleaned, Aunt Olivia? Everything's so old and dusty.
Oh, Chris won't hear of anything being changed. I do hope he likes this new suit I ordered for him. He's always been so particular.
Was this his room?
Yes. Now, be very quiet while I open the door. Chris? Chris, are you awake? We have a visitor.
Is it all right for me to come in, Aunt Olivia?
Yes. But you mustn't disturb him.
I won't. It's so dark in here, and this lamp doesn't give much light. I hope Uncle Christopher doesn't...
Oh, you dropped the lamp. He's awake now. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Chris. I told her not to make any noise.
Miss Bradley, where are you? Are you all right? Answer me.
Here I am.
Yes, I come back. Thought I heard you screaming when I come in. It's kind of hard to find my way around this small flashlight. What's wrong? Why'd you scream?
Over there. In that corner of the room.
Well, there's nothing there but a bed and... Oh, it can't be.
Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
A glass coffin with a skeleton in it.
Isn't this a lovely suit, Chris? It just came. And I also ordered some fresh cigars for you, darling. Is there anything else you want?
And so ends the tale, To Have and to Hold, as it is written in the sealed book. The body of Christopher Drake, which for 40 years had been encased by a glass coffin, was removed from the old mansion and buried. Shortly afterwards, Olivia died. Her last words were, "I'm coming, Chris." keeper of the book, before you close the great volume, show us the tale we tell next time. This one. Ah, yes. The strange story of a scoundrel who became wealthy through swindling hundreds of innocent people, only to discover that all his money couldn't protect him from justice. A tale titled Murderer Unknown. Be sure to be with us again next time when the sound of the great gong heralds another strange and exciting tale from The Sealed Book. The Sealed Book, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan.
Flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Tonight's flight from reason poses an odd situation. Can a perfect alibi save a murderer from hanging? A murderer, mind you, who died yesterday. Provoking, A corpse matching wits with the public hangman. But let the architect of the nightmare, Steve Barrett, put himself on record.
My number's been up before. I'm still standing. I take a lot of killing. That other time I was slated to go, a pair of murderers got their wires crossed. I was in the Blue Arrow Cafe, working up the courage to call home. Call Stella, my wife. My wife. I never knew a word to mean less. An engaged signal. That's nothing new. I always get a busy signal when I look for a little cheer from Stella. It was right then a pair of murderers got their wires crossed. The signal stopped, and I got an earful.
Stella, listen to me.
I'm listening.
He's sick, a mental invalid, capable of any violence against you. He'll never free you. He'll never let you go. My way is your only escape.
Murder?
Justice. He's murdering you every minute, every day.
Yes. I die. Every day I die.
Then save yourself.
I can't.
You must, Stella. Stella? Are you there?
Yes.
Meet me at the Cafe Creole in 1 hour. We'll talk. You must.
Crossed wires and a lady named Stella. Dial home and hear your wife sentence you to death. Was it my wife? Or some other Stella? My stomach knew the answer. A ton of live coals blowing heat to my brain. Barman, give me the same, double. Later, at home, I waited for Stella. She came at midnight. I could hear the key in the cell door. An executioner in an evening gown, a symphony in black, right to her soul.
Steve.
I'm first one home this time.
I waited to give you supper. You didn't come?
I was delayed somewhere, talking to a friend.
The evening dragged so. I went to visit a friend.
Ah, you've got a friend.
Mary Forbes. We looked at old school photographs.
The dear old days before marriage, huh? Smoke.
Thanks.
Got a match?
Think so? Yes. Here in my bag.
Book matches, eh? But light.
Thanks.
Gold metal cardboard. Some advertiser didn't spare the cost.
Steve, don't be clever.
The Cafe Creole. The matchbox says the Cafe Creole. And how was Mary Forbes?
You've been following me again.
Is there something on your conscience?
Just your spying and your insane jealousy.
Not your lies.
I lie because I'm afraid. You twist things in your mind.
My mind?
Your sick mind. Oh, Steve, no more tonight. Please, I'm going to bed.
My sick mind. The pot calling the kettle black. I watched her sleep that night. Watched the mask slip in her sleep. I watched the make-believe fish she wore especially for me slip away. Now a dark dream was painting her cheeks and her mouth. Her death wish for me. Oh, sleep, Stella, and dream of murder. Sleep, Stella, and dream of my death. Before morning, I found the price for my life, and the prize. A writ of execution lying carelessly in her stocking box. My insurance premium, paid in full and duly receipted. £10,000. New York, Paris, with clothes to wear wasn't just dreamy talk for Stella. It needed my corpse to say yes. Act 2 in our game began at breakfast. Stella.
Yes, Steve?
How's finances?
We're existing.
Who's the good fairy?
Say what you want to say, Steve.
The last job I left was 3 months ago.
4.
But we're eating. The landlord's not threatening, and you wore a new dress last night. And more coffee. Thanks. And my insurance is all paid up. Surprise. No arrears. Coffee's ice cold. What's the answer, Stella?
I've borrowed.
Who from?
Carl Stanley.
Why does Carl care?
He's your friend.
Making secret loans of money to my wife.
I wanted the loans secret.
Why?
To save your pride. You're sensitive about being helped. You resent people you're obligated to. Even friends.
I'll try again, Stella. Why was it secret?
To avoid this inquisition. Your brooding mistrust of a simple act of kindness. The search for hidden motives where there aren't any. To avoid this insulting third degree.
My friend Carl, Stella's lover. I knew the other man now. I went to thank Carl for favors received. Dr. Carl Stanley, a stubby little dwarf with greedy eyes and a cat smile.
Nice surprise, Steve. You dropping in like this?
I had a dream about you.
A dream?
That you were a cat, and that you'd swallowed me. You're not laughing?
No. I never laugh at symptoms.
But you are laughing. Behind that cat smile, there's a laugh going.
Steve, you're in a bad way.
I didn't come here for a consultation, Doctor.
You came to attack me. Why?
For being careless about money. Maybe.
So you know about the loans?
I found out about them. You've been keeping me alive for months.
You're my friend.
So, you own me. And Stella, we're in pawn to you.
You always put things badly, Steve.
What's the analysis for that?
Since you ask, insecurity. You can't accept kindnesses for what they are. Your anxieties interfere.
Now I also owe you a fee.
I am not your physician, Steve, nor could I be. I'm your friend.
My wife's friend.
Your friend. We were together once and it was good. Steve, let's go back to it.
Where were we before, Carl?
Mountain climbing. A log fire. And pipe full of talk before we turned in.
I remember Devil's Peak.
What a climb. Yes. And hunting deer.
But getting rabbits.
Let's go back to it, Steve.
You still own that mountain cabin?
Just as we left it. And the season is officially opened. Let's go back to it, Steve.
All right. Let's go back to it, Carl. Back to it. It was open season, officially for hunting deer, and unofficially for murder. An accidental fall with a push from behind to help, then 4,000 feet to smash against the boulders, or an accidental rifle bullet intended for a deer.
Steve! Steve! Steve, where are you?
Over here! Steve, did I shoot anything? My hat. Your hat? But I'm bareheaded. I didn't wear my hat. I hung it up over there on the branch of that tree. A bullseye, Carl. It would have torn my head off.
How did you come to hang your hat on the branch?
How did you come to shoot at it?
There was a movement in the bush, and a shadow crossing the sun. A deer, I thought. Steve, what is this? Come out in the open.
If I had, I'd be dead.
Steve, you dare!
You dare! Your hands won't do for a rifle, Carl.
Steve, believe me.
Murder me and palm it off as an accident. At 500 yards in the bush, it'd be a tragic mistake. The coroner wouldn't even look at you cross-eyed.
Steve, no.
I hung my hat on that branch to bait you, to catch you red-handed and as naked as sin.
You actually believe I coaxed you up here to murder you?
I know it.
If you thought that, why did you come?
To watch my murder. To enjoy it. To see you make the kill and lose it. To see that cat's smile freeze on your mouth the way it's freezing now.
Steve, you're mad.
Goodbye, Carl. Let's try it again some other time. Some other time, Carl. The try was mine. 2 deaths. Stella and Carl, and a perfect alibi for the engineer. A perfect alibi. So that I would live and tend their graves.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
United Airlines, I want to reserve a flight ticket to Glasgow. Tonight's plane. It's got to be 7 tonight. I've got urgent business. Good. For Steve Barrett, 27 Sand Street, Kensington. Flight 11. Thank you. Wait a minute. How long to Glasgow? Plane lands at 10 p.m. Good. Thanks again. Stop number 2 was an airport ticket office. Another airport. A competing airport. The Bristow Airline. But I wasn't Steve Barrett at this airport ticket office. A prop moustache, face puffed up with wads of cotton wool stuck between my gums and cheeks, and wax pencil lines to age the face and change it. Old amateur theatricals in college were playing off. Yes, sir? A ticket to Glasgow, please, for the 8 p.m. flight tonight.
Oh, one moment, please. Yes, there's a seat available, flight 17. Your name and address, sir?
Sam Talbot. I live at Guildford in Surrey. What time do we land?
The plane lands at 11 p.m. on schedule, sir. Stop
number 3 was the Blue Arrow Cafe. to talk a man into hiring out for a job.
All right, I'll do it. Give me this key again.
You'll get on a United plane for Glasgow tonight, promptly at 7. You're me, Steve Barrett. On the plane, you mind your own business. Attract no more attention than necessary. Go to sleep with a newspaper on your face.
What do I do in Glasgow?
On landing at 10 p.m., you telephone this telegram to my wife.
Stella just arrived in Glasgow concerning newspaper job.
Yes, and so on. Fold it in promptly, as close to 10 p.m. as you can.
And then?
Lose yourself. Take a train somewhere.
And then?
And then what?
When you've murdered your wife and you're in the clear with a perfect alibi, what's my cut out of the insurance? Quit rolling your eyes, Buster. Your scheme isn't hard to work out.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too, was insured.
I'm sure you forgot.
I'd forgotten that Stella, too...
Hey! What's the matter? You in a daze? Let's get back to the deal, Buster.
You know your instructions.
I know something else, too.
Something else?
This perfect murder's been a long time hatching with you. That's why you made inquiries about me.
Well, of course.
You've been weeks trying to find a spin like me. All right, I'm your boy now. But you're my boy, too. So long, Buster. I'll be reading about you in the newspapers.
Had the perfect murder for Stella's insurance been a long time hatching with me? Had McCabe, a stranger, reached deeper into my mind than I dared and touched the truth weeks ago? But Stella and Carl had crossed wires only a week ago. My motive to kill, my reason for revenge, was only 1 week old. I was in Carl's apartment at 6 p.m. sharp, waiting for him. We'd shared rooms once before my marriage to Stella. I knew Carl's habits, home at 6 to shave before dinner out, and his evening consultations. Key in the door. Welcome home, Carl.
Steve.
You'll notice that I'm not using a rifle.
You're here to murder me?
Oh, no. I'm going to murder Stella through you.
Steve, get hold of yourself.
Oh, no consultation, Doctor. I owe you too much already. Just do as I say.
As you say, Steve.
These trinkets. Lipstick, initial cigarette case, lace handkerchief, mementos left by Stella in her rendezvous here with you. Scatter them about the room, Carl. One in a dressing table drawer, one carelessly here, one there.
Steve, you're mistaken. Believe me.
Scatter them, Carl. Good. Now, there on the table, there's a paper and pencil. Your personal stationery. Write as I dictate. And write in a scrawl, Carl. No penmanship. You ready now?
Ready.
Stella Barrett shot me. We quarreled. I wanted to end our affair. That's all, Carl. Drop your pencil. Stella shot you and left. Oh, but you weren't dead. Not at once. A breath of life was left. Just enough to name your murderer.
Steve, I swear it. There was nothing between your wife and me. Only concern for you.
Concern enough to plot to murder me?
Steve, it's only in your mind. Some morbid idea that you thought...
I overheard.
You overheard?
Your telephone talk with Stella a week ago. You got your wires crossed, Carl. I was on that line calling home. I dialed home and heard myself sentenced to death.
Steve, there never was such a telephone talk.
The night you met Stella at the Café Creole. You've forgotten, Carl?
I've never been in a Café Creole. Not once in my life. Just something you've invented. Just plucked out of the ether.
It won't work, Carl. You can't mix me up.
Steve, listen to reason. Try.
I'm trying to hang on to what I know. It's 7:01, Carl. I'm here, murdering you. But at the moment I'm in a plane 10,000 feet in the air flying to Glasgow. That's what I know. All I want to know. You have Stella all to yourself when she's hanged for your murder. No more! I struck Carl's arm against the floor where he'd fallen to break his wristwatch. Fixed the time of his death at 7:02. I was on a plane to Glasgow as alias Sam Talbot of Guildford, Surrey, at 8 p.m. sharp. Sam Talbot was a man with a moustache and a pudgy face. No resemblance to me. My crime had the finesse that makes murder an art, and no bungling. 2 deaths, Carl and Stella, and a perfect alibi for the engineer, a perfect alibi, so that I could live and tend their graves. A night's sleep with my name at Glasgow Hotel Register, then a routine application for the newspaper job to cover my trip. And I was back in London. Late afternoon the next day. The city was full of the sensational arrest of Stella Barrett.
We know about it! We're arrested for that this murder, Doctor! We know about it! Stella Barrett arrested in murder!
Stella was caught in the toils. Murder and the supreme penalty. Her death was only a question of time now. Only time. Later I saw Stella, by permission of the authorities. We sat in a stone room. This time it was different. I was her executioner now. But her eyes on me were eyes of pity.
You've been clever, Steve. And they'll convict me and put me to death, I know. But I don't care. I want it to be like that.
You want it to be like that, you say?
I'll die and be dead to pain. But you'll live, alive to pain. I wouldn't have it any other way.
You're getting what you deserve to get.
You must think that because you're insane, Steve. I never realized how insane.
I must think what I know to be so.
You know only what your insanity invents.
Huh?
I'm sorry for you.
You're sorry for me? You're sorry for me? Explicit words. Stella was trying to unnerve me, steal my victory by making me suspect my own motives, suspect my sanity, as Carl had tried to do. An act. I wasn't fooled. Stella was an actress, the same actress she was when I married her. The public prosecutor was the final ordeal. Another attempt to steal my victory.
This perfect alibi, Barrett. Do you really think you're going to put it across?
I was in Glasgow when Carl Stanley was murdered. I cabled my wife.
We know all that, and we also know that you murdered Carl Stanley in a scheme to implicate your wife.
I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was at 10,000 feet in the air when Carl Stanley was murdered. I arrived in Glasgow at 10 p.m. I immediately wired my wife.
A very good memory, Barrett, but it won't save you.
Do what you like to me. Question me. Use every trick you can, but my alibi stands. I was in Glasgow. I left at 7 p.m. before the murder of Carl Stanley. I was 10,000 feet in the air.
All right. Weaver, get Brannigan, and both of you come by my office. I'll need you. There's a man here about to blow his top. Now, let's get back to it, Barrett.
I left at 7 p.m. before the murder.
I was on the... I know. That's your story, and wild horses can't get you to change it. Of course, Steve, I know it's odd of me to be accusing you of a murder that happened here in London when, as you say, you were 10,000 feet in the air winging to Glasgow. But suppose I tell you something even odder than that.
Tell me what?
You're right here now reciting your perfect alibi, but you're not here. You're dead. You died yesterday.
I died yesterday?
Yesterday's 7 p.m. flight to Glasgow on the United Airlines, Flight 11, was never completed. The plane crashed, Steve. Here's the casualty list. Steve Barrett. That's you, Steve Barrett. You died yesterday. Now, how about that perfect alibi?
and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Weird circle. In this cave by the restless sea, we are met to call from out of the past stories, strange and weird. Bellkeeper, toll the bell, so that all may know we are gathered again in the Weird Circle.
Speak again the immortal tale, a terrible night.
Silence in the court. Next witness, please.
If Your Honor, please. The next witness is Charles Castar, the defendant in this case. Will Mr. Castar please take the stand?
Silence in the court.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Suppose, Mr. Castar, you tell this court your story in your own words.
From the very beginning?
Don't be afraid. From the very beginning.
Well, I don't know where to start, to be honest. I feel like a man that's drowning. I guess it started the night my wife, Bertha, and her brother, Dick Linton, were helping me to pack my suitcase. Dick and I were preparing to go on a hunting trip in Canada, in the northwest section, when...
And don't forget to put the compass in, Charlie. A hunting man needs a compass, you know.
Sure he does. Keeps him from getting lost.
See how bright my wife is, Dick? She knows all the answers.
I didn't mean it that way.
I know, Bertha, I know.
It's just that when a gal's brother and husband go gallivanting off on a hunting trip to the North Woods, a gal wants to know they're coming back safe.
You worry about Charles, Bertha. You know me. I never get lost. You remember the camping trips we used to take when we were kids?
You were a Boy Scout then, Dick.
He's no Boy Scout now.
Hey!
Well, let's see, darling. Have I got everything packed in here?
Yes, dear, everything. Woolen underwear?
You're a lucky man to have a wife
gun
like my sister,
cartridges?
Charles.
For both guns?
Mm-hmm. The cartridges for the hunting gun are in the rear pocket of the suitcase.
Uh-huh.
And for the .38, they're in your holster.
Oh, good girl.
Where's your suitcase, Dick?
Oh, it's checked at the station.
Hey, what time is it?
Well, it's almost 10 p.m.
Oh, we better be going along, darling. I like to catch my trains with ease.
I'll help you close the suitcase, Charles.
The best suitcase sitter owner in the world.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, there, that does it. You can get off now.
Have a nice trip, both of you. Bring back at least 2 dozen deer.
Oh, at least, sis. Bye, honey.
Bye. Oh, don't forget your muffler, darling. It's in the closet downstairs. And please be careful. When little boys play with guns, well, you know how dangerous guns can be.
So we left, Dick and I. We took the express to Montreal and then traveled by train west of the Hudson Bay to the Northwest Territory, specifically to a small town known as Fort Ray. What equipment we hadn't already purchased, we purchased there, mostly food provisions and plenty of coffee. Then, on the morning of September 3rd, Dick and I started out, on foot. It was a clear, brisk morning, and the air was alive with sounds. Birds chirping, the constant crunch of leaves underfoot. We were both in high spirits, as Dick said.
Oh, this is the life, old boy. This is what a man needs. To get away from civilization and breathe again.
Yeah, back to nature.
Mm-hmm. Back to nature's right. You know, there's something the matter with modern civilization. You get all jogged up inside. Begin to think all sorts of strange things.
Strange, Dick? In what way?
Oh, morbid thoughts. Hating yourself, hating everybody else, hating the world. You know, that's bad for a writer. His work becomes bitter, and he pours the gall out in words. Paints the world he sees in gray overtones.
You mean like that last story you sold?
Yeah. It was a depressing story, but that was my mood.
Both you and Bertha have morbid emotional streaks.
Well, Sis and I are very much alike in many ways.
Funny, my marrying Bertha.
What's so funny about it? You know, I engineered it.
You did? Why?
Well, Bertha and I have always been pretty close, you know. Much closer than ordinary brother and sister. I didn't want to see her marry some clerk.
Well, thanks, Dick.
You being my roommate at college, I got to know you pretty well. Yeah, Sis and I have the same likes and dislikes, and I just knew you were right for her.
You mean to tell me I didn't have anything at all to say about it?
Sort of.
Sort of?
Well, Bertha's beauty, her chemistry, if you like, and youth took care of the rest.
You sound like an old man airing philosophy.
I told you, I've been civilized too long.
You've been a bachelor too long. I think I'll dig up a nice young girl for you. Marriage is a sensation, Dick. Well worth a try.
Well, I don't quite like the idea of digging up a girl for me. Sounds like she's been buried already. Here, we turn this way, to the north now.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. I know these north woods like a...
like a book.
Yes, like a book. You'll never get lost with me. We'll be at the next port by 6 this evening.
I still think we ought to have taken a guide along.
Oh, nonsense. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about at all. Just stick to Dick Linton and you can't go wrong.
Nothing to worry about. That's the way writers are. So sure of themselves. Except they ought to stick to paper and pencil, not to their memories of North Woods. At 6 o'clock in the evening, there wasn't a fort in sight. And by 10 o'clock that night, even die-hard Dick had to admit.
Well, we're lost.
No.
Yeah, we're lost. I'm sorry, Charles. Oh, you're being pretty monosyllabic about the whole thing.
Normal under the circumstances. Hey, that wasn't the wind, was it, Dick?
No, wolves.
Wolves?
Not afraid of them, are you?
Oh, no, I love them. Especially at night when I'm cold and hungry. And they are, too.
Well, we'll have to sleep in the trees.
You'll have to sleep in the trees. I wasn't built that way.
You can't sleep on the ground. You'll never live through the night if you...
I'm not sleeping on the ground, Dick. I'm walking until we find someplace.
Well, we might not find the fort till tomorrow morning.
Or tomorrow evening. But whenever it is, I'm going to find it as soon as possible. Even sooner than that, if that keeps up. You coming with me?
Sure, I'm with you.
Oh, boy, I'm hungry.
Oh, say, wouldn't a nice, thick, luscious steak taste good? You know, one of the charcoal broiled variety, dripping with butter and fried onions.
Oh, stop it.
Or one of Bertha's lamb stews with mashed potatoes and rich tomato gravy.
If you want to die, just keep on talking. Just the thought of food, and I'm a murdering maniac.
Oh, how about a real English roast beef with Yorkshire pudding?
Oh, you're asking for it. I wonder just how hungry that wolf is. Maybe he won't mind if his meat isn't cooked, huh?
I'm sure he won't. They're carnivori, which means in Latin carnivorous, or man-eaters. Hey, Charlie.
Huh?
Look, straight ahead of you. Isn't that a light over there?
Well, yeah, I think so. Hey, maybe it's the fort.
No, it's not the fort here. We're miles off the beaten track.
Well, what is it then?
I don't know. Looks like a cabin from here.
Oh, I'm not particular. Let's find out.
Fine, I'll lead the way.
Oh, no. You've led the way so far, but this time, Dick, my boy, I'm leading. Follow Charlie and see some food.
Food?
Food. Whoever lives there must eat. Maybe it's not steak, but it's something. It is a cabin, all right. Shall I knock on the door?
Well, you can't get in any other way.
Who can't? This rickety old shack could be blown down by a good strong breath. Funny-looking place, isn't it?
I'm not amused. Knock on the door. Such a timid knock.
My hand's numb.
Yeah, well, try it again.
Hope this guy's friendly.
Uh-oh. Our friends are sniffing about again.
And I don't look at all well in tomato sauce. Oh,
Evening. Something I can do for you, gentlemen?
We managed to get...
we hope to find some place to stay for the night, sir. We're completely off the beaten track.
Oh? You don't say. Come in. Come in, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'd be delighted to put you up this evening if you don't mind sleeping on the floor in the attic.
Well, at this point, we don't mind anything.
Don't you?
My name's Charles Costar, sir, and my friend is Dick Linton.
How do you do?
Yeah.
My name is Joel. Just Joel. At least, they used to call me Joel. Have you eaten yet this evening?
No, as a matter of fact, and we're starving.
Come in and sit down, and I'll fix you some dinner. That is, if you don't mind my meager rations.
Oh, we don't mind anything at this point. Do we, Dick?
Oh, no, definitely not. There's an old American saying, food is food. Let's eat, huh?
I'll fry some deer steak for you, and I've some wine.
Oh, wonderful. Tell me, Mr. Joel, do you live here all alone?
Unfortunately, yes. You see, I'm an outcast from your society. Let a man be different, and automatically he becomes an outcast.
Yeah, there's something in what you say.
Let him look a little different, or think a little different, or speak a little different. And he becomes a marked man. The individual is not allowed the privilege of individuality. Mankind doesn't permit it.
Oh, I don't think so, really.
Don't you? I'll just set the table, and you can sit down over here and eat.
Come along, Charles.
I can prove my point. Now, look at me. I'm different. Larger than most men. I, unfortunately, grew too tall. And I'm too ugly for the average man to stomach. I was hated. Yes, hated by your civilization and feared, too. Not because I was cruel or vindictive or dishonest, but because I was different. Yes, I'm a giant in stature. Don't feel badly for me. I've had my revenge on society, and I'll have even more revenge on little people like yourselves.
Yes.
It's quite understandable that you feel that way.
Gentlemen, before you sit down to dinner, allow me to hang your hunting guns up here. They'll bother you if you carry them around.
Oh, well, we really don't mind.
I mind. Your hunting gun, sir. And your hunting gun? There. Now I've both. I'll just hang them up here.
You say you live alone, Joel?
Yes.
That shoe in the corner, that was never your shoe. It's too small for you.
You're very observant, Mr. Linton. No, that wasn't my shoe. I found it in the forest one day and brought it home for the purpose of remaking it, like that coat hanging over there.
Found a coat and a shoe lying in this outlandish district?
Yes, a coat and a shoe. Of course, they were on a man, but he was dead. He died of... I don't quite know what he died of. His Legs had been gnawed off by some prowling beasts.
Oh, he must have become lost out here, like ourselves, huh?
Exactly like yourselves, gentlemen. Exactly like yourselves. Dinner's ready.
Silence in the court. Silence in the court.
Go ahead with your testimony, Mr. Costar.
Well, you can see what a spot Dick and I were in. We didn't trust that man for a second. Believe me, he was... Well, darn it anyway, the man was unbalanced. It was well after we finished eating dinner that Joel lit a good, warm, roaring fire in the fireplace, and then...
Well, gentlemen, it's time to retire. I'm sleepy, and I'm sure you two are.
Yes, very sleepy. Mind if we take our guns upstairs? I'd like to clean them.
You won't need them this evening. You can clean them in the morning. Come along, please.
Come on, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm right behind you, Dick.
Be careful of this stepladder. It's rickety, to say the least.
So I notice, yeah.
I'll go first and get the blankets out. Yes, fortunately, I have 2 blankets up here, although they're musty enough.
Oh, don't worry about us.
All right. Come up now.
Right away.
I'd feel a lot better if I had those hunting guns.
I don't blame you.
You can see for yourself, Mr. Linton, that this attic is not accustomed to guests. Musty. And the spiders are troublesome to strangers.
Spiders?
They are my friends. My only friends. They say he who shares a roof with you automatically becomes your friend. They have shared this roof with me for many years. Good night, gentlemen. Sleep well.
Oh, good night.
Great Scott, what kind of a mess have we gotten ourselves into?
I don't know. He's got a cog loose in his mind somewhere, that's certain.
Very certain. What'll we do?
I'll tell you. One sleeps and the other stands guard.
That won't do us any good, Dick. He's 10 times our size, and besides, we're unarmed.
Oh, I've got your .38 in my pocket. You forget about it, huh?
Yeah, I did.
Look, through these boards in the attic. You can watch Joel very easily. The fireplace throws a nice light on him.
How will we arrange the watch?
Well, you go to sleep for an hour.
Yeah.
Then I'll wake you up, give you the gun, and then I'll go to sleep for an hour, and you stand guard. Okay?
Yeah. What time is it now?
1 a.m.
What's he doing down there?
He's curling up on the floor near the fireplace. About to go to sleep.
I hope he sleeps well. Too well to wake up.
In case he doesn't, I hope your gun works. That's all.
Oh, I'm so sleepy.
Good night.
Proceed, Mr. Costar.
Yes, I put my head on the floor and slept. But I slept a troubled sleep. A restless sleep. And my hands kept clawing the floor. A floor that was alive with insect life. Then, no sooner had I put my head on the floor than it seemed Dick nudged me.
Wake up. Wake up. It's 2 a.m.
Huh? Oh, okay. What happened?
Nothing. It's your turn now. Oh, I'm really licked. Really licked. So much walking and then all this.
He was quite right. All this. He lay down on the floor, and soon he was sound asleep. Sleeping like he was drugged. Poor Dick was all in. I sat upright, concentrating on sitting upright, to keep my eyes from closing. I was so tired, and my blood ran cold as I kept my eyes glued to the still figure which lay beneath us. The hut was so quiet that my wristwatch sounded like the beating of tom-toms in that silence. Tick, 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 beating off the seconds, perhaps slicing off the seconds left of our lives. And I waited and watched, waited and watched. Then suddenly the huge figure beneath me stretched his huge form in front of the fireplace and yawned. His large, expressionless eyes sought mine through the planks of the floor, and I thought for a moment he saw me sitting there. Perhaps my crouched figure in the attic somehow threw a shadow down on the floor of the hut below.
Then he arose, cat-like. That huge form arose gracefully and quietly. He eased himself up and walked to the door, as if listening for someone or something. Then, just as quietly, he opened the door and...
Yes? Yes? Yes, come back shortly. Shortly.
He said, come back shortly. Who was he talking to? And what was he talking about? Come back. Come back to murder us. He shut the door just as gently as he opened it, and then returning to the place before the fire, he again curled up near the warmth of the blaze. I glanced down at my watch. It was 3 o'clock. I nudged Dick, gently at first, and then harder. Dick, your turn. Dick, wake up.
Oh, we're up so soon.
Yes. Here's the gun.
Okay, I'm awake. Anything happened?
Listen, he's got an accomplice. What? Somebody was standing outside the door a while back. He told him to come back shortly.
That explains the small shoe, maybe.
Maybe. Oh, I'm so tired, I don't think I can sleep. I don't think I can sleep.
Ah, you'll sleep. Just relax.
I don't think so. Really,
Come in. Come in.
Yeah? Are they asleep now?
Yes, fast asleep, the poor fools. One of them thought he could stay awake. I could see them taking turns staying awake. But I put enough dope in their wine to knock them out completely.
Have they much money with them?
Who knows? But whatever they have, we need. Here. Give me that log you brought in.
Here you are.
Now I'll splinter it like this. And light one end of it. Nothing like this wood burning to dope them completely.
What will we do with them later?
Put them outside for the animals.
I'll wait down here for you. You go upstairs.
I won't be long. These things never take very long.
Dick, give me the gun. Give me the gun. Dick, have you fallen asleep? Dick, wake up. Dick, are you doped? Dick, he's coming at us. Give me the gun. Give me the gun. Please, Dick, give me the gun. There, I've got the gun now. You're laughing at me. You're laughing.
Time to wake up now for the last time.
No, take this. There, that's got you. Where's your friend? Where's the little man? Dick, help me find the little man now. Help me. Dick. I was stunned. Completely stunned. The room looked strange to me. The smoking gun in my hand looked strange to me. The whole world seemed to blot out in front of my eyes, and suddenly I looked down at the dark mass lying at my feet, and then I looked up. My eyes were absolutely level with Joel's eyes as he climbed up into the attic. Then, in a voice filled with horror, he said,
Great Lord, sir. What have you done? You've killed him. And he was just about to wake you.
Yes. I killed Dick Linton, my best friend, when he was just about to wake me. I'd been dreaming, and I killed him.
Thank you, Mr. Castar. My next witness is Dr. Harding. Dr. Harding, will you please take the stand?
Yes, sir.
Place your left hand on the Bible. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. You heard the testimony of the defendant, Dr. Harding.
I did, sir.
Is it possible for a man asleep as he was, to fire the gun load at his best friend because of a nightmare?
It was more than a nightmare. It was somnolentia, sleep drunkenness. Overtired as Mr. Coster was, his nerves were overtaxed, and his fears and suspicions had been aroused. This result is perfectly natural and certainly medically sound. The defendant was not in his right mind at the time of the murder.
Thank you, Dr. Harding. Gentlemen of the jury, to sum up this case, Joel the Giant had told his guests the truth about the shoe. At the time he opened the door, he He was just talking to his dog, who had been scratching outside. But to a man mentally exhausted and filled with fear, Joel's actions were certainly those which would arouse suspicion. Gentlemen, in behalf of my client, I beg leniency. Leniency.
Bertha, please, darling. It was all explained in court. This doesn't change anything between us, nothing at all.
Doesn't it? I love my brother more than you can understand, Charles. I know the court has ruled you innocent. But a court of law has very little to do with a woman's heart.
If you love me, Bertha...
I'll always love you. But I'll never be able to trust you again. There are 7 days in a week, Charles. Some of those days, I'll love you and forget this whole horrible affair. But more days, my brother's face will loom up in front of me.
But Dick would understand.
I wouldn't see you, because his face would stand between us. I'd spend those days hating you. So, I'm leaving you, Charles. Take good care of yourself. I can't help it. I hope you understand.
Bertha, please.
Goodbye, Charles.
Bertha!
I told you, Charles Castar, I hate civilized society. Don't feel badly for me. I'll have my revenge on society. I'll have even more revenge on little people like you.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have brought to you the story, A Terrible Night. Bellkeeper, toll the bell.
From the time-worn pages of the past, we have heard another immortal tale in The Weird Circle. Bellkeeper, toll the bell. Be here in this lonely cave by the restless sea once again next time for another immortal tale in The Weird Circle.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts, just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names of the participants have for obvious reasons been changed. The stories are presented with the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research on Whitehall 1212 is compiled through arrangement with Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. Chief Superintendent John Davidson is the curator of the famous Black Museum of Scotland Yard. He will brief you on today's case from the official files of Scotland Yard, number 899MR952.
Good afternoon. If you're a murderer by trade, I would suggest that there is no surer way to hasten the end of your career than to select a policeman as your victim. Now, this thing is the running board of a motor car. It was concerned in the brutal death by violence of a police constable. Now, Chief Inspector Quentin Tabsit of Scotland Yard knows more about this case than any other person.
I think that's true, John. Although there were 2 other men who knew more about it than I.
But they're not living.
No, they're not. Comparatively few men survive hanging. The Chief Constable of Essex telephoned the CID from Romford at 9:05 on the morning of Tuesday, September the 27th, asking that officers be sent to Stapleford Abbots, a village halfway between Romford and Ongar on the London-Chelmsford Road. I was first on the Chief Inspector's rota, so I was assigned to the case. Accompanied by Detective Sergeant Philip Melanchthon Wise, I went at once to Stapleford Abbots, which is about 4 miles outside the limits of the Metropolitan Police area. I was shown the body of Police Constable William George Greenley, who had been stationed there, and which had been found alongside the road a few miles from the village at 6:30 that morning, the 27th. The constable explained to Wise and me what had happened.
We know it happened sometime after 1:30 a.m., Chief Inspector, because I met him at a conference point at that time.
Where, Constable?
Near Grove House, on the road to Ongar, about 600 yards from where the body was found, sir.
Go on.
He had been shot 4 times, sir. Twice through the head and these other 2.
That's smart.
Yes, sir. They shot the poor chap square in each eye.
Horrible.
I hope they drown in their own blood, sir.
At least they'll hang.
Bill Greenley and I was kids together, sir.
They'll hang.
He had his pencil in his hand, sir. His notebook was lying on the road near him. He'd evidently stopped a car and was talking to them.
Marks on the road?
I'll show you, sir. It isn't far. I'd rather like to get out of here.
Wise and I followed the constable along the road to a spot where it had been cut through a small hill. The banks on either side at the edge of the road shoulders were about 6 feet high.
That's the place, sir. Here's where they found him, sir, where the grass is pressed down.
Little blood here.
Not as much as one would expect, sir. Over there on the other side, you see there's quite a blood stain on the grass. Well, we think he was first shot there, and then he dragged himself across the road and he shot his eyes out on this side.
Yeah. There was a motor car here, all right?
Yes, sir, we saw that.
Where's my sergeant, Sergeant Wise?
Down the road a bit, sir. Back there.
Oh, yes. What are you looking at, Sergeant?
Come down here, sir.
Come along. What?
That car was going pretty fast. See here.
Skidded off the road, didn't it?
When he flagged it down, no doubt.
See, it skidded through the grass on this side. Tire marks where it stopped.
Going toward London, wasn't it?
No doubt about that, sir, from the marks.
Was there anything written in Constable Greenley's notebook that would give us any idea?
Nothing, sir, after the notation about meeting me at Grove House at 1:30.
Much traffic through here, Constable?
Not much, sir.
This chap was certainly going pretty fast.
Especially on a twisty road like this one, I'd say.
Many fast drivers around here?
No, sir, none I know of.
Stranger, then, probably.
Except he must have known these twisty roads pretty well, sir.
Which puts us right back where we started, doesn't it?
Well, he had a good reason for wanting to.
What'd you say, Wise?
I said either that, sir, or he had a good reason for wanting to get back to London in a great hurry.
Now, why would a stranger take the chance of breaking his neck by driving this kind of a road at 40 miles an hour? He was going at least that fast along here by the tire marks.
And why should he murder a policeman who stopped him?
What do you think, Sergeant Wise?
Well, what we need to look for is some crook running away from something. Running back to London to hide.
It's a pretty shrewd guess, Wise.
Oh, I think so myself, sir. But what was he running from?
Well,
I wonder if that was a stolen car he was running away with, sir.
At the tiny police station back in Stapleford Abbots, I asked to have someone remove the bullets from the body of Constable Greenleaf. A local surgeon volunteered to do it for us for the usual fee provided by the Home Office. After some difficulty, I was put through to Whitehall 1212 in London. I asked for Inspector Bailey.
Inspector Bailey speaking.
Hello, Pat. Tabsett here.
What are you up to, Quentin?
Need to know something, old boy. Got any reports of a car stolen last night in this part of the country?
What part of the country are you in?
Oh, Stapleford Abbots, Essex, I'm sorry.
I'll have to look it up. Where should I call you?
Well, I'm at the police station in Stapleford Abbots. Ring me back as soon as you can, will you, please?
Right. 10 minutes.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think, Wise?
Oh, it isn't a bad guess, sir. We'll see. By the way, I had a look at those powder stains on the face of the dead chap.
Oh?
Had a smell, too. They're from black powder. Old-fashioned black powder, not modern nitrocellulose. That'll be something else to check on if we do find anybody. If he has a gun that shoots black powder cartridges...
Excuse me, sir. There's a telephone call for you, sir.
Who is it, Constable?
London, sir. You can take it on that same phone you were using, sir.
Oh, thanks. Don't go away. Chief Inspector Tabsett here.
It's Bailey here, Chief Inspector. You used second sight or something up there.
What?
Well, the first item on my list of stolen cars for last night is a four-seater Morris Cowley touring car. Painted blue, index marked TW6120. Stolen at about 2:30 a.m. from the garage Dr. Kelm Haggerty of Billericay. Guess you don't know the names 12 miles east of where you are.
Just a second. Blue Morris Cowley, four-seater, TW6130.
No, 6120.
Right, TW6120. Dr. Kenelm Haggerty, Billericay, about 2:30 a.m. Thanks, old boy. Do as much for you one day. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that might be our car, gentlemen.
All we have to do now is find it, sir. If it is.
We'll find it, Wise.
I hope so.
Now, look, Wise. This car was taken from Billericay at about 2:30 a.m. What I want you to do is to get around the countryside between here and Billericay and talk to people.
Yes, sir?
I want you to find out if any of the people around here happen to hear a car driving at high speed sometime between 2:30 when it was stolen and 6:30 when they found the constable's body.
Yes, sir.
We'll accomplish two things, you see. A, whether that's the car we want, and B, by plotting on a map when and where it was heard, its probable destination. You see?
Right you are, sir.
You see?
Oh, certainly.
You said there's not much traffic in these parts, Constable.
No, there isn't, sir. Somebody will be sure to have heard it.
Well, let's get cracking then.
Yes, sir. Where will you be?
I'll be back at the yard. I'm going to check up on known motorcar thieves. I'll be in touch with you. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, sir. Come on, Constable.
I returned to my office at Scotland Yard. Before setting in motion our machinery for checking the whereabouts of known criminals who were at liberty, I dispatched Emmons Carlson, an expert on motorcar tires, to Stapleford Abbots to see if he could identify the tire prints the motorcar had left on the road. He'd hardly left London when I had a telephone call from Sergeant Wise.
We've already had some good luck, sir. A farmer 4 miles this side of Billericay heard a car traveling at high speed at 2:40 in the morning, and a widow a mile and a half further along heard it. She thinks at 2:45 or thereabouts. She says it sounded like a Morris Cowley, like her own car, sir.
Better and better, I thought. A little later, reports began coming into me on the known criminals who had been checked in London. 14 had already produced alibis. One, a smash-and-grab artist who had dabbled in motor cars, a chap named Whitey Wogan, was having difficulty proving his. The search went on. Information on the stolen Morris Cowley, identification number TW6120, was given general circulation. There were no results. 3 reports the next day from Sergeant Wise.
One from a retired colonel of the Cherubim, sir. 5 miles east of Ongar. Heard a car at 3:15 a.m. One from an apothecary at Ongar. 5 minutes later. One from 2 men returning from a British Legion meeting at about 3:30 say they were almost run down by a blue Morris Cowley a few miles south of Ongar. They didn't see the number.
26 more people with criminal records were checked. All had alibis. Whitey Wogan still refused to talk. Emmons Carlson reported him from Stapleford Abbots.
Here it is, sir, on the chart. I made these photographs on the spot. You see? Pretty blurred they are, sir, but you can identify them. Now here, on the chart, type B, 1/32, or 1/23, if you like.
Mm-hmm.
4 parallel lines round the circumference of the tire. Diagonal lines at the edges of the tire.
Mm-hmm.
Short diagonals the other direction, in the center. Oblique parallelograms, you might say. Can't be anything but a Dunlop Fortuna tire.
Does that do us any good, Carlson?
I telephoned Dr. Kenwin Haggerty, sir, at Billericay. The stolen car was equipped with Dunlop Fortunas.
No doubt now that was the murder car. Another report from Sergeant Wise placed the car 5 miles north of where the constable was murdered at 3:30 a.m., still headed south. I ticked off the reports on a map of the area. It was a circuitous route, but there was no doubt of it. The car was headed for London. But then the trail was lost. A report from Percy Young in the ballistics laboratory.
About those bullets taken from the body of the constable who was shot near Stapleford Abbots, Chief Inspector.
Yes, Percy, what you find out?
They're all from a Webley 38 caliber revolver. Seems to me I should say somewhat obsolete manufacture, but I'm not sure of that.
You could identify the particular gun they were fired from if we got hold of it, could you, Percy?
Of course. Bet you did.
Unfortunately, I haven't got it, Percy. Unfortunately, I haven't got anything. Unfortunately, all I've got is the knowledge of the car the murderer rode in. And the fact that the car's probably somewhere in London. With the murderer, I hope. Unfortunately, I have no idea who he is. Yet. But we'll find out. You can't murder a policeman and get away with it. I'll bring you the gun sooner or later. Sergeant Wise came in.
Afternoon, sir.
Hello, Wise.
Got some news for you.
Good. What?
They found the car.
They have? Why didn't they tell me?
Your telephone was busy, sir.
Ah. Brixton.
Been there all night, apparently, they said.
Sure it's the car?
Blue Morris Cowley, 4-seater, number TW2160.
Mm-hmm.
Fingerprint people and all are there now. Looking it over.
Brixton, you said?
Brixton, yes, sir.
That's where Whitey Wogan lives.
Who, sir?
Car thief.
Oh.
Won't tell us where he was the night of the murder.
Shall I bring him in, sir?
Better. I'll go and have a look at the car first, though. Here's his address. See you later there.
Right.
Could be possible, I thought, as I drove over to Brixton in the police car. We'd see. They were going over the Morris Cowley with a fine-tooth comb as I arrived. They hadn't found much, according to the sergeant in charge.
Nothing very much, sir. Let's see that list, Thackeray. Now, drops of what appears to be blood on right-hand running board, sir.
You collected them?
All right, sir. Laboratory's got them already, sir. Bits of grass and daubs of clay on the edge of the same running board.
We'll want that to compare with clay from the spot where the constable was murdered, Sergeant.
See to it, Thackeray. Oh, yes, and between the cushions of the front seat, this revolver cartridge, sir.
What kind is it?
Obsolete type, sir, for a Webley 38, but the issue of this kind of black powder cartridge was discontinued in 1913, sir. I'm quite an expert on firearms, sir.
Good. That's just the kind we were looking for, Sergeant.
I'm very happy, sir.
That all? What about fingerprints?
Not a sign of one so far, sir. Still looking, sir, but so far clean as a Coldstreamer's boots, sir. And who might you be, miss?
My name's Miss Winnie Clapsaddle, mister. And I'm here because I come with a sergeant, so don't give me none of your back chat or I'll dot you one over the ear all like I done him.
Oh, don't
open your fly trap to the cops, Whitey dear.
What's going on here?
Excuse me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, it's you, Sergeant Wise. What?
Excuse me, sir. This is Whitey Wogan.
Don't say a word, Whitey.
And, who are you, please, miss?
I'm his sweetheart. I'm the barmaid at the Citizens' Ed Public House, and I'll thank you for none of your back chat neither, mister.
Now, look here.
She insisted on coming along, sir, when I picked up Wogan here.
And I'll do the talking, too.
Perhaps you can tell us, then, young woman, why your sweetheart is in possession of all those newspaper cuttings referring to this murder case.
Be still, Whitey Duck. He's in possession of these here blinking newspaper cuttings because he wants to find out what it is you coppers is badgering him for. The poor lamb.
Oh. And the blood-stained bandages I found in your room, Wogan?
Don't blush, Whitey, dear. It happens to anyone.
What are you talking about?
Hold your temper, Whitey, love. I'll tell you why they're there, and I'll tell you why my poor little Whitey don't want to tell you where he was while this murder was going on. It's because I hit him over the noggin with a Guinness bottle when he refused to kiss me in public. And it took 2 constables to drag us to the police station. That's why.
Is this true, Wogan?
Of course it's true. And you can prove it by looking at the police charge sheet for that last night when we was both in the clink for disturbing the peace. He never murdered no one, mister. He's just plain embarrassed.
It was true. Our only suspect had been nursing a broken crown in jail, which his 13-stone sweetheart had inflicted on him. We were at a dead end. The evidence had run out. Here was the murder car. Here was the victim's blood. The forensic laboratory established that the stains were of the same blood type as Constable Greenlee's. We had a cartridge which we were certain was from the murder gun. Scotland Yard had traced everything but the murderer himself. The coroner's inquest on the body of Constable William George Greenlee returned a verdict of death at the hands of person or persons unknown. He was buried with full police honors, and a bugler sounded the last toast at his funeral, because he had once been a soldier. The Home Office began paying his wife her pension. We kept on. We questioned more than 1,500 persons who might conceivably have committed the murder. Our man was not among them. But he was still at large. No policeman ever forgets the murder of another policeman. The months went on, and Wise and I were assigned to other cases. One day, almost a year later, Wise came into my office. Hello, Wise.
Hello, Chief Inspector.
What's up?
You ever had a hunch?
I never had a good one.
Yes.
You have had, though.
I have one now.
Forget it. What's it about, Wise?
Well, I was reading in the Police Gazette about a case. A very unimportant case in Sheffield the other day. It was quite interesting.
Don't be so bloody mysterious, ma'am. What was it?
A lorry driver had some trouble with a reckless driver. The driver shot down a side street and disappeared.
Yes?
I said it was a hunch, sir.
Go ahead. I've only got this report together.
Well, this lorry driver noted down the number of the car.
Well, what?
It was a stolen car.
Thinking about that poor blighter that was murdered, the Essex constable.
I haven't forgotten how somebody shot that poor chap's eyes out, Chief Inspector.
Neither have I. Go on.
Well, they picked up the driver of the stolen car, and this chap told them who he bought the stolen car from.
Who?
Got it from a garage man in London here named Frederick Guy Sears.
Sears? Name means nothing to me.
It didn't to me at first. But out of habit, I expect, I looked him up a little. He has a record. He's been sent down twice.
Have the Sheffield police picked him up?
No, they can't find him.
Oh. What's your hunch?
Well, he's a car thief.
Apparently.
He was in the Royal Engineers, and...
Well, that's no crime, so was I.
Yes, but you didn't steal a .38 Webley revolver, old boy.
Did he?
So I hear, Chief Inspector. That boy in Essex was shot with a .38 caliber Webley. Will you still have those bullets they took out of his head?
Mm-hmm.
Then they could tell us if they came from that gun.
If we find the gun.
Let's go and look for it.
Well, I don't know.
That doctor's case of instruments that was in the Morris Collie, they were never found either.
Right.
They might be at his garage, too.
Hasn't anybody been in that garage looking for him?
No, I know the sergeant who was there. He didn't look around very carefully. I think I could get a warrant of search.
You said the man was missing.
I know where he is.
Where?
Dartmoor.
In prison?
No. A friend of his is being released after a 3-year term. He went up to welcome him out of prison.
Coming back to London?
Today.
You seem awfully anxious to find this fellow, Wise.
I hate a cop killer, Chief Inspector. Don't you?
Get your search warrant. The garage was closed, of course, but we got inside all right. I doubt anyone saw us. It was a relatively empty place. One big, concrete-floored room and a desk in one corner behind a wooden railing. A few tool shelves along one wall. Filing cabinets or two alongside the desk. We walked across the floor first.
Not much of an office.
Let's have a look in the desk drawers.
Right. Empty.
This one's empty, too.
This too.
Try 'em all.
Doesn't he keep anything here?
Pretty careful man. Nothing incriminating for anybody to find.
He must keep some papers here or something. What's in here, I wonder?
Cabinet. Open it.
It's locked.
Open it.
There a pinch bar?
Here on the wall.
That ought to do.
Anything interesting?
Alarm clock. Wrenches. What's he want to hide this stuff for?
Because it locks up, I guess. Doesn't trust his friends.
Suppose so. Look here.
What is it?
One of those gadgets a doctor puts in his ears and listens to your heart with.
Stethoscope. What else?
Oh, I dropped it.
What is it?
There's 2 or 3 of them. Look like... That's what they are.
What do you mean?
My hunch was right. These are doctor's instruments.
What was that doctor's name, the one that owned the car?
Kenelm Haggerty.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, not so good. It's stamped right here on the handle of this lancet or whatever it is.
Well, indeed. Now, all we have to do is find that Webley revolver and somebody's going to hang.
Well, this cabinet's empty.
Wonder about those tool shelves.
Have to look, I expect. Hope he doesn't walk in on us before we...
Speak of the devil, old boy.
What?
Somebody's coming.
There's only this one door.
Get on that side. I'll take this one.
Right, sir. See anybody?
Big husky chap coming.
Alone?
Seems to be.
What do you want me to do, sir?
Pick up that soprano there and tap him gently on the sconce if he leaps on me.
Right, sir.
If you have to hit him, be careful. We'll want to save him for the hangman, you know.
If he's the right one.
If he isn't, he'll do till the right one comes along. Are you Frederick Guy Sears?
Who the devil are you?
I'm Chief Inspector Tabbs of the Scotland Yard, and I arrest you on...
Look out, he's got a revolver.
You! Look out! Drop that. Get off my neck! Get off!
Are you hurt, sir?
Get off!
That one did it.
Is he out cold?
Doesn't seem to be, sir.
Right. Well, in that case, I arrest you on suspicion of the murder of Constable William George Green.
All right, sir.
I warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing. Maybe using evidence. You got the gun, Wise?
Have a look at it, sir. It's what we're looking for. A Webley .38 revolver. And unless I'm much mistaken, these are old-fashioned black powder cartridges. Come along with us, Mr. Sears. There's a man that wants to see you.
He was the man. He and an accomplice whom we found easily from the direction Sears gave us had murdered Constable Greenley. You wonder at the brutality of shooting out his eyes. Sears told us why.
I heard the picture of the last thing a man sees before he dies stays right on his eyeballs. I was the last thing he seen, but he didn't have any eyeballs left when I got done with him.
Sears and his accomplice were tried at Old Bailey a year and a month after they'd committed the murder. They were both hanged. One at Pentonville and one at Wandsworth. Same day.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212 were Harvey Hayes, Horace Braham, Lester Fletcher, Guy Spall, Winston Ross, Peter Forrester, Maurice Gosfield, and Beulah Garrick. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. If you were offered odds of 4 to 50, you'd think they were pretty poor, wouldn't you? Well, then just imagine how hopeless a person suffering from cerebral palsy must feel. His chances of getting any kind of treatment are exactly that, 4 out of 50. Well, you say to yourself, why? Why is that? Because it takes money to train the needed specialists, to build and equip the necessary treatment centers, to solve the mysteries of this baffling condition. Although many of the 550,000 sufferers from cerebral palsy are virtually helpless, their cause isn't helpless. No, that's where you come in. They can be helped by accurate diagnosis, by active treatment and loving care. Make it possible for them to become useful, productive citizens. They have the will. You can help provide the way. Enlist today in this fight. Send your contributions to United Cerebral Palsy in care of your local postmaster. Forget them not. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
And 2-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 102-year-old. Well, Satan, if you'll tell folks to douse their lights, we'll be getting down to business. That's it. Make it nice and dark. We want lots of shadow for this pretty bedtime story. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a tremendous barn-like room in New York City. It's called a studio. At one end stands a great big ugly man who's posing. In the center, A little handsome man is modeling an enormous heap of clay into a statue of a god. The old Norwegian god of strength and thunder. And that's what we're telling you about tonight. The Statue of Thor. The Statue of Thor.
Can you hold that pose another 5 minutes, Olaf?
You're Mr. Adding. I've been never tired and I work for you.
You certainly have a treasure, Olaf, Neil. He scarcely moved a finger in half an hour.
Yes, quite the perfect model. The poor chump hasn't brains enough to become tired.
Neil?
Well, that's been all right, Mr. Bingham. I don't mind them Mr. Adding yokes. Most everyone yokes like dust with Olaf. When I used to be wrestler, my manager say every day to me, Olaf, you big Swede, if you got brains in your head like you got muscles in your body, you'll be wrestling champion of the world.
But Olaf has a sense of humor too, Arnold. As a joke on his manager, he never became wrestling champion of anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, excuse, I should not laugh. It breaks the fall.
I don't care what you do with your face. It's your body I'm copying.
Yeah, I forget. My face is not so good.
All right, for a comic Valentine, perhaps. But I'm working on the statue of a god.
Don't let him talk to you like that, Olaf. Your face is all right, and so's your brain. And you have the most superb body of any man I've ever seen.
Yeah? You been talk sarcastic, Mr. Bingham. I don't like sarcastic yoke.
Sarcastic?
That's enough for one day's work. Go and put your clothes on, Olaf.
So soon?
I'm bored. Come the same time tomorrow.
Yeah, I be here. Can I look at the work we do this afternoon?
Help yourself.
Oh, that statue. He been beautiful. And to think he been really me.
From the neck down, you're Thor the Thunderer.
Too bad my face been not so good. I would like him to be me all over.
I'll use my imagination and another model for the face. Go and put your clothes and get out of here.
Tomorrow we finish statue, maybe. You and me.
You know, he considers himself as much the creator of this figure as I am.
Better watch your nasty tongue with that fellow, Neil. If he ever discovers your insults aren't intended as jokes, he might break you in two.
He never discovers anything.
Yes, unfortunately, you have the ability to inspire devotion in people who should rightfully despise you. God only knows why. I know you're a supercilious prig, a selfish snob, an absolutely conscienceless libertine, yet I still put up with you.
That's because you hope to be around when just retribution overtakes me for my sins, I suppose.
No, I've ceased to hope for that.
Well, now, what do you think of my statue of Thor? Not that I value your opinion.
I don't expect you to. Well, it's like all your previous work. Magnificent in execution.
Thanks, I agree.
But like all your previous work, it lacks the very thing a true artist would have put into it.
Now you're going to tell me that it has no soul. Thor was a pagan old chap. He enjoyed life in those delightful days before souls were invented.
Oh, why won't you be serious about your work, Neil? You're a superb sculptor. If you wished, you might someday stand with the immortals.
The immortals were a very stupid lot who loved work to the exclusion of pleasure. Fame and the monument after I'm dead aren't nearly so tempting as good liquor and beautiful women while I'm alive. Oh, which reminds me, have a drink.
So you're going to continue throwing your talents away?
I don't call it that. I play with art because it amuses me. If I took it seriously, it would cease to amuse.
So your entire life's to be simply a round of amusement?
And a quest for new sensations.
For a momentary thrill, a new sensation, I believe you'd commit a murder.
That's an idea. I'll recall your suggestion next time I'm terribly bored. Well, here's to crime.
I've been ready to go now, Mr. Anning.
So I see. Here's a man after your own heart, Arnold. A sober, conscientious worker who doesn't dally by the wayside. Note how rapidly he dressed, for example. Now he stands before us, Arnold, the perfect portrait of a well-dressed man.
There I go now. Tomorrow we finish statue, maybe, you and me?
I hope so. I'd like to have it ready for casting this month, if possible.
It been so beautiful, that statue. Too bad my face been not so good. I would like it to be me all over.
Yes, we've already settled that point. Get out, Olaf.
Yeah, I go now. Oh, Mr. Adding, I gonna get married.
Huh? Olaf, you are going to get married?
Yeah.
Well, this is a surprise.
Oh, my congratulations, Olaf. I thank you, Mr. Bingham.
Where did you find her? In an asylum for the blind?
She come from Minnesota.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Mr. Adding, my Hedwig, She never see anything of me except my homely face. I like her to see this statue.
All right. Bring your girlfriend in sometime.
Could I bring her now?
Now?
Yeah. She been wait on the street outside to meet me when I get to work. I can have her here in just 1 minute.
Well, go and get her then.
Oh, I thank you.
Not at all. I'm curious to see what the woman looks like who can plan to marry you.
I come right back with Hedwig, Mr. Edding. I come right back.
Prepare yourself for a vision of beauty, Arnold, who'll wear number 13 shoes.
Neil, I know you've no humanity in your system, but try to remember you were bred a gentleman. Don't insult that poor devil's sweetheart when she gets here.
I'll accord her all the old world courtesy a female should command. Such a female as would choose Olaf for a bridegroom.
Then I shan't stay here to see you mock them.
I've never had an affair with a really ugly woman.
Neil!
Think of the fun it would be to steal big Olaf's sweetheart.
You're only joking, of course.
Am I? You lack all appreciation of the more subtle joys of life, Arnold. Why do you suppose I have that big idiot around me? Because he's my opposite in everything. Opposites attract, but they don't assimilate. In fact, there's constant war between them. It amuses me to prove the superiority of mind over matter. My type over his.
Be careful such amusement doesn't become dangerous.
Small chance. If you recall your mythology, old chap, Thor, with all his giant strength and magic hammer, never proved a match for tiny Loki and his nimble brain.
He did at last. But then Odin came to his aid with the thunderbolts of justice.
I see you not only recall your mythology, but still believe in it. But don't be alarmed about Olaf's sweetheart. On mature consideration, I couldn't arouse an ardent interest in any female who will prove so unattractive.
This way, Hedwig. This way. We are here, Mr. Edding. Hedwig, I want you to meet my boss, Mr. Edding. This is Hedwig.
This?
Yeah. This time Olaf make a joke. I bet you expect, Mr. Edding, that Hedwig will be homely just like me. I do not tell him, Hedwig, that you are more pretty than a picture.
You're right, Olaf. This time the joke's on me. Miss Hedwig, I can't express the great delight I have in meeting such a very lovely girl.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Redding. Olaf has told me lots about you.
You must learn much more about me from myself. Allow me to present Mr. Bingham. Delighted.
How do you do?
Olaf make a joke. He make a first-class joke.
Splendid joke, Olaf. A capital joke. And it's driven away my boredom. It's promised a new sensation.
Neil. I don't understand.
You will, Miss Hedwig, as we become acquainted.
We show you now this statue.
By all means. Miss Hedwig, gaze on Thor, the Thunderer.
He's me, Hedwig. My body.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You'll note the face is still unfinished. I'm using another model for that.
That's because my face is not so good. But the body, Hedwig, that is me.
Yes, yours is the body of Thor, who was strongest of gods and men. No one could beat him. No one could take anything from him.
You heard that, Hedwig? I'm like that too, by golly. Any fellow will find that out who tries to take your way.
No one ever dared take anything from Thor, except Loki.
Who was Loki?
Oh, just a weak little chap, like me.
I shouldn't have come again, Neil. I'm afraid.
My dear Hedwig, Olaf hasn't brains enough to suspect us.
Oh, perhaps I wouldn't be so nervous if we weren't in the studio with that statue facing us and watching us every time you kiss me.
It doesn't watch with Olaf's face.
Oh, but it has his huge body with all those bulging muscles.
Formidable, aren't they? Those hands could tear us into tiny bits.
Oh, don't say such things.
All right, since the remote prospect frightens you so much. But that clay model won't be here to bother your conscience much longer. It's finished now. Tomorrow I start to prepare the molds, and next week I'll cast it into bronze.
Oh, I know it's silly, but I'll feel easier when it's gone from here.
You're too much of a coward to properly enjoy this little idol of ours, my dear. One so afraid of being burned as you are shouldn't play with fire.
Oh, I know. I couldn't help myself. I'd never met a gentleman like you before.
Thank you.
Olaf had kill us between you. You don't understand his kind like I do. I was born in this country, but I'm Swedish too and know my people. You think men like Olaf are dumb, but they're not. And they're only easygoing until they learn someone's doing things against them.
But that's what gives this game its zest.
I'm just a game to you.
Of course not. I love you devotedly. Why, thanks to you, I've only been slightly bored. You've provided a new sensation.
Oh, you're so different from other men. I don't understand you, but I'm crazy about you, Neil. Who's there?
Mr. Reddy.
Oh, it's only your butler.
Who did you think it was? What do you want, Warden?
I must see you at once, sir.
All right, come in. What's the matter? Why the excitement? The big Swedish man, sir. Your model.
Oh.
Shut up. What about him? He was just the door, sir, inquiring for this lady.
You know I'm here?
He said he had reason to believe you were here, madam. I was able to allay his suspicions and sent him away. But there was a nasty look in his eyes, though.
Oh, he knows me. He'll kill us both.
He doesn't know, or Borden wouldn't have been able to get rid of him. The game becomes more interesting.
Oh, I am just a game to you. Everything is.
Borden, have Peters draw all the curtains on the limousine and bring it to the carriage door for Miss Geilenborn.
At once, sir.
If Olaf's still hanging around, you'll be in that car and away before he has time to investigate. But we mustn't see one another again, Hedvig, until after this statue is cast.
Until after the statue...
Then there'll be no danger. Loki always bested Thor by striking first.
I don't understand you.
I'm planning an, as yet, untried sensation. One that Mr. Bingham suggested the day I met you. Olaf and I will play a little game, and Olaf is sure to lose. So, Olaf, the joke's on you again.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. Waring, you are right. I got no brain. I've been so ashamed to suspect bad things about you and Hedvig.
I forgive you.
But I cannot forgive myself. Mr. Waring, I looked for you to kill you with my two bare hands.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't find me until after you'd cooled down and heard my explanation. For those hands of yours could tear a little chap like me to pieces.
Oh, I've been so ashamed.
It's all over now. Forget it. There's the foundry, Olaf. Hear the furnace roar?
It's been awful good of you to bring me here.
You and I created that statue of Thor together, and I couldn't let it be cast in bronze without you there to see.
I've been terrible excited.
I'll make sure you don't miss a thing. Hello, Brody.
Good morning to you, Mr. Redden.
Have you got everything ready?
Aye, and the mold of your fine statues waiting ready in the pit, sir. When you say the word, we draw the channel plug and let the molten metal run.
The bronze has already reached the liquid state.
Yes, sir. I timed it for the hour you said you'd be here. Shall I draw the plugs now?
Not just yet. My friend here has never seen a statue cast. I want to show him around first. You and the boys get outside and have a smoke. I'll call you when I want you.
Much obliged, sir. A breath of outside air will help a wee bit. Come on, lads. Smoke up.
We'll go up on the bridge above the furnace, Olaf.
Why, humanity, it's been hot in here.
It'll be hotter where I'm taking you. Up these iron stairs, Olaf.
I come.
In that pit is the mold of our statue. You'll see that later. It's connected by channels to this furnace. This is called a reverberating furnace, Olaf. The fire is at that end, below the chimney. Under this long brick roof, the molten metal lies. It's very hot under that roof, Olaf.
I bet you. It's been plenty hot up here.
We're just above the roof now. From this bridge, the cold bronze is thrown into those hoppers and down into the charging holes.
What been charging holes?
I'll show you. This lever controls their covering.
My, such heat!
With the cover out, you can realize how hot it is inside. Underneath that hole is a top of molten metal.
Jumping humanity!
And that hole is just large enough to admit a strong man's body. Good thing to know if you ever want to commit a perfect murder.
You've been always joking. But I don't want to commit no murder. Close up that hole. It's been too hot.
Look over the rail and see before I close it up.
I've been too hot to come so close.
Aren't you interested in the casting of your statue?
Yeah, that's right. I got to look.
Lean over the rail. Here, just above the hopper.
I've been dizzy from this heat. I'm afraid I lose my balance.
I won't let you lose your balance. Lean over the rail, Olaf. That's right. And now you're breaking the fool.
You cut my legs. Don't push. I fall! Don't wait, Hermits!
The joke's on you again, my friend. What's that, Captain? Heather? We heard an awful scream. Scream? Oh, I have the charging hole open. The furnace roared so loud, I called for you at the top of my lungs. You calling me? Yes. Let me replace this cover so we can talk in a normal tone. There, that's better.
Where's that friend you had with you, Mr. Redden?
It was too hot in here for him. He just went out the other door. Said he was going back to town.
Did you call for us to pull the plugs now?
Yes. But with that hole open, I may have cooled off the metal a bit. Better heap up the fire, Brody, and give it another 5 minutes to make absolutely certain everything will be all right. Then let the metal run into the mold.
Just as you say, sir.
Come on, lad. Keep up that fire. Wonder if my statue of Thor will have what all my other works lack. I've given it what Arnold calls a soul. Awfully good of you, Arnold, to come and help me break off this mold.
Oh, not at all. You know how curious I am to see the statue in finished bronze.
The casting went off without a single hitch. I'm sure the finished work will satisfy our fondest expectations. And I expect much, Arnold. I took your former criticisms to heart. I really labored to give old Thor a soul.
I can't imagine you laboring at anything.
That's because you don't know me so well as you think you do.
Wonder why Olaf's not here. I didn't think anything could keep him away when his statue reached completion.
Yes, his statue. I'm worried about Olaf. You know, they tell me at his boarding house that he hasn't been seen since the day I took him to the foundry.
Doesn't Hedvig know where he is?
She hasn't the vaguest idea. No one has, apparently. He's completely disappeared.
That's funny. I imagine he'll turn up. He may be off on a drunk somewhere. You'll never lose a chap like Olaf.
No. It wouldn't be justice for anything tragic to happen to him. And you believe in justice, Arnold?
I told you I ceased to believe in it. Because nothing ever happens to you.
Yes, I remember. We have the head mold completely loosened now. Help me take it off and we'll expose the face. Careful of the surface underneath. Now.
I got it. There it goes. Neil.
God!
That face is Olaf's. I thought you used another model for the head.
I did. That's not the face of Thor I made.
Well, then, what happened in the casting? Man, you're pale, you're shaking. What's the matter?
Nothing. Arnold, does it seem to you that statue's eyes are moved?
Yes. They seem to follow you. That bronze face seems alive.
You're imagining things about that statue, Arnold. Olaf's face is the one I muddled on it, and those eyes don't seem to move.
You're lying, Neil. The first shock's over now, and you're pulling your nerves together, but you've given yourself away. You turned ghastly white when first you looked on that copper face. You're trembling now with fear. You still can feel those eyes on you.
You're mad. Metal eyes can't move. What reason have I to be afraid?
I'd know that better if Olaf's disappearance was explained. You were with him last. What did you do with him?
I didn't do anything with him. If you're insinuating that I killed him, explain what I did to the body. That's the thing you've got to find when you accuse a man of murder. Find that. Find that.
I'm going to the police. Perhaps they'll help me find it.
Call them if you like. They can't prove anything. No one can prove anything. Nothing can harm me. Nothing. Now get out of here. Leave me alone so I can think.
I don't know why or how you killed that man, but I know that when you did it, you believed justice could be cheated. I'm beginning to believe in justice again, and so are you.
Get out, you fool. Get out. Get out.
I'm going. To leave you with your conscience and that statue's knowing eye.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, God. Olaf's face instead of the one I modeled. Maybe his soul is in that statue. Oh, no, that's rot. But those eyes, my back turned, but I can feel them on me. Thor never proved a match for Loki until Odin came to his aid with thunderbolts of justice. That's madness. It must be going to rain. It's thundering. Just natural thunder. What's that? Who's that?
Miss Geilenborg is calling, sir. This way, miss.
Neil, dear.
Come in. Borden, leave us.
Yes, sir.
You're not angry because I'm here, Neil. You told me not to come again until the statue was finished. I couldn't stay away any longer. It seemed I just had to be with you.
Why did it seem that way? Why?
Because I was lonesome for you, I suppose.
Yes, of course, that was it. It wasn't because he wanted us together.
He? What do you mean?
Nothing.
Neil, have you heard from Olaf?
Yes, I heard from him today.
Where is he?
He's where he can't hurt me. Can't hurt me. I'm glad you came. I didn't want to be alone. And the statue's finished, Hedvig.
Is that it there?
Yes.
Why haven't you taken off the mold?
I have from the face. The body is still held prisoner.
I want to see him.
No. Don't go near it. Don't look at its face. Don't let its eyes see you.
Neil, what's the matter?
Nothing.
You haven't even kissed me yet.
I'll kiss you now. I'm not afraid. Door!
Why did you push me away?
That thunder startled me.
Thunder?
Yes. There must be quite a storm outside.
The sun was shining when I came in. I heard no thunder.
You heard no...
No.
Then it's in this room. It's coming from the statue.
The statue?
Look!
What?
The mold is cracking. It's falling from the front.
Oh, the statue is moving. Oh, it has all the face.
And it has all the soul. I put it there. Haynes, Thor, the Thunderer. He waited through a page till you and I were here together.
Oh, it's coming towards us.
His eyes are on me. I can't move.
It's reaching on its arm.
For me.
And for me.
It's cracking. It seems, Olaf, the joke's on me. At last.
Well, that's the end of that one, Satan. And the moral is, don't get too fresh with great big Swedes. You folks come see us on my birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn